A judge raises her gavel to sentence a convicted murderer to life imprisonment. In that moment, suspended between the lifting and the striking, lies one of philosophy's most devastating questions. If every neuron that fired in the killer's brain during the murder was itself the inevitable result of prior neural states, genetic configurations, and environmental pressures stretching back millions of years, then what moral authority does the judge possess to condemn him? The irony cuts deeper still, for the judge's own decision to impose this sentence may be equally determined by forces beyond her control. Her sense of moral outrage, her interpretation of justice, even her commitment to upholding the law all emerge from a brain shaped by genetics, education and experience in ways she never chose. Yet she strikes the gavel anyway, participating in a ritual of moral evaluation that may be as meaningless as praising a tornado for its destruction or blaming an earthquake for its devastation. This is the fundamental crisis lurking beneath every act of moral judgment in human society. We live as if moral responsibility exists, while inhabiting a universe that may have rendered such responsibility conceptually impossible long before the first human drew breath. Part 1. The Architecture of Inevitability. Determinism emerges not as a single doctrine, but as a family of interconnected positions that collectively threaten to dissolve the very foundations of moral evaluation. At its most basic level, causal determinism holds that every event in the universe is the inevitable result of prior causes operating according to natural laws. But this deceptively simple formulation conceals a web of sophisticated philosophical positions that have evolved over millennia, each adding layers of complexity to our understanding of human agency and moral responsibility. The ancient Stoics developed one of the earliest systematic versions of determinism, arguing that the universe unfolds according to divine reason or logos that governs all events from the movement of stars to the decisions of human beings. Logical determinism presents an even more radical challenge by focusing not on causal connections but on the logical structure of truth itself. This position, traced back to Aristotle's sea battle argument, contends that if statements about future events have determinate truth values, then the future must be fixed regardless of causal mechanisms. Consider the statement, "You will read these words tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon." If this statement is either true or false today, then logical determinism suggests that your future action is already determined by the logical structure of reality itself. Your apparent freedom to choose whether to read at that time becomes illusory, not because of causal forces, but because of the metaphysical nature of truth and time. Theological determinism introduces divine omniscience and predestination into the equation, creating what many consider the most psychologically disturbing version of the determinist challenge. If an omniscient God knows all future events with perfect certainty, including every human choice and action, then these events must be fixed in a way that appears to eliminate genuine human freedom. Augustine of Hippo struggled with this problem in the 5th century, trying to reconcile divine foreknowledge with human moral responsibility, and ultimately developing doctrines of grace and predestination that profoundly influenced Christian theology. Calvin later pushed these ideas to their logical extreme, arguing that God predestined some souls to salvation and others to damnation before their birth, making their earthly actions irrelevant to their ultimate fate. The emergence of modern physics in the 17th century transformed determinism from a primarily theological and metaphysical doctrine into an empirically grounded scientific worldview. Newton's laws of motion provided a mathematical framework for understanding how the present state of any physical system, combined with the forces acting upon it, completely determines all future states. This Newtonian determinism suggested that the universe operates like a vast clockwork mechanism, with every gear and spring moving according to precise mathematical laws that leave no room for genuine novelty or freedom. The French mathematician Pierre-Simon Laplace articulated this vision most famously with his hypothetical superintelligent being who could predict every future event if given complete knowledge of present conditions. But Laplace's demon represents more than a thought experiment about predictability. It embodies a complete metaphysical picture in which the apparent complexity and unpredictability of human behavior results only from our cognitive limitations, rather than from genuine openness in the world. From the demon's perspective, your decision to help a stranger or harm an enemy would be as predictable and inevitable as the collision of billiard balls or the orbit of planets. The rich subjective experience of deliberation, the agonizing over difficult moral choices, the sense of genuine alternatives and real consequences all become mere epiphenomena of underlying mechanical processes that unfold according to rigid mathematical laws. Contemporary neuroscience has added empirical weight to determinist arguments while revealing new complexities in the relationship between brain states and conscious experience. The pioneering experiments of Benjamin Libet in the 1980s showed that measurable electrical activity in the brain associated with voluntary movements begins several hundred milliseconds before people report being consciously aware of their intention to move. Subsequent studies using more sophisticated brain imaging techniques have extended this temporal gap, with some experiments predicting simple binary choices up to 10 seconds before participants report making them consciously. These findings suggest that what we experience as conscious decision-making may be more akin to a post hoc narrative construction that our brains create to explain actions that have already been initiated by unconscious neural processes. The implications extend far beyond simple motor movements to complex moral decisions and character formation. When someone chooses to donate money to charity rather than spend it on personal luxuries, neuroscience suggests that this choice emerges from patterns of neural activity determined by the person's genetic inheritance, developmental history, current brain chemistry, and immediate environmental stimuli. The conscious experience of weighing moral considerations, imagining the suffering of others, and deciding to prioritize their welfare over personal pleasure may be merely the subjective accompaniment of underlying neural computations that operate according to the same deterministic principles governing all biological processes. The person's sense of moral agency and responsible choice becomes a compelling illusion generated by the complexity of neural information processing rather than evidence of genuine causal efficacy. Different varieties of determinism create distinct challenges for moral responsibility, but they converge on the fundamental insight that human actions may be the inevitable products of factors entirely beyond individual control. Genetic determinism emphasizes how inherited DNA shapes personality, intelligence, emotional reactivity, and behavioral tendencies in ways that profoundly influence moral choices throughout life. Environmental determinism focuses on how social circumstances, cultural influences, family dynamics, and historical context mold individual values and decision-making patterns. Psychological determinism examines how early childhood experiences, unconscious mental processes, and learned behavioral patterns determine adult choices and character development. Each perspective contributes to a cumulative case that individual moral agency may be far more constrained than our everyday experience suggests. The temporal dimension of determinism reveals perhaps its most unsettling implications for moral evaluation. If your current moral character results from an unbroken causal chain stretching back to events that occurred before your birth, then in what sense can you be considered the ultimate source of your actions? The abusive childhood that shapes a person toward violence, the loving family environment that fosters compassion, the genetic predispositions that influence self-control and empathy, the historical and cultural circumstances that determine available moral frameworks, all represent influences that individuals never chose and cannot ultimately control. When we trace the causal origins of any moral choice far enough backward, we inevitably reach factors that predate the chooser's existence and therefore cannot be attributed to their moral agency. This creates what philosophers call the problem of ultimate origination, the difficulty of locating genuine moral responsibility in a world governed by causal laws that extend infinitely into the past. Quantum mechanics has introduced new complications into deterministic arguments without clearly resolving the challenge to moral responsibility. While quantum indeterminacy demonstrates that some events at the subatomic level may be genuinely random rather than strictly determined, this randomness appears to create problems rather than solutions for moral agency. If human choices depend partly on quantum randomness, then they become arbitrary rather than free, determined by chance rather than by reason, character, or moral consideration. A decision to help someone in need loses its moral significance if it results from random quantum fluctuations rather than from compassionate deliberation and principled choice. Randomness seems no more compatible with moral responsibility than determinism, leaving quantum mechanics irrelevant to resolving the fundamental challenge that causal determination poses for moral evaluation. The determinist picture also threatens to undermine the coherence of moral concepts themselves, rather than merely questioning their application to specific cases. If praising good actions and blaming bad ones makes no more sense than praising good weather and blaming bad weather, then the entire vocabulary of moral evaluation may rest on conceptual confusion rather than on genuine insight into the nature of reality. Terms like virtue and vice, right and wrong, justice and injustice may be artifacts of our evolutionary history that served useful social functions without corresponding to objective features of the world. The determinist challenge thus raises questions not only about when to apply moral concepts, but about whether these concepts have any legitimate application whatsoever in a universe governed by natural laws. This meta-level challenge strikes at the heart of moral philosophy itself, suggesting that the entire enterprise of ethical theorizing may be based on false assumptions about human nature and cosmic structure. Part 2. Hard Determinism and the Abolition of Desert. Hard determinism represents the most intellectually uncompromising response to the tension between causal determination and moral responsibility. Rather than seeking reconciliation or compromise, hard determinists embrace the full implications of determinism and conclude that moral responsibility is simply an illusion that must be abandoned. This position, while disturbing to common moral intuitions, possesses a stark logical clarity that has attracted some of philosophy's most rigorous thinkers. Paul Holbach, the 18th-century French philosopher, developed one of the most systematic presentations of hard determinism, arguing that humans are essentially sophisticated machines, whose behavior follows natural laws as rigidly as the movements of planets or the growth of plants. The hard determinist argument proceeds through several interconnected stages, each building upon the previous to construct an apparently inescapable conclusion. First, they establish that all human actions and decisions result from prior causes operating according to natural laws, leaving no room for genuine alternative possibilities at the moment of choice. Second, they argue that moral responsibility requires ultimate control over one's actions, meaning that to be truly responsible for an action, one must be the ultimate source or author of that action in a way that traces back to factors within one's control. Third, they demonstrate that ultimate control is impossible in a deterministic universe, since every action traces back through causal chains to factors that predate the agent's existence and therefore lie entirely beyond their control. The conclusion follows inexorably that no one is ever genuinely morally responsible for anything they do. Dirk Pereboom, a contemporary hard determinist, has developed what he calls the four-case argument to illustrate how our intuitions about responsibility should lead us to reject moral responsibility entirely. He presents a series of scenarios involving a character named Professor Plum, who commits murder under different conditions of manipulation and control. In the first case, Plum is programmed by neuroscientists to kill, clearly eliminating his responsibility. In subsequent cases, Pereboom gradually removes the external manipulation while maintaining the same causal determination through more indirect means like genetic engineering, childhood conditioning, and finally, ordinary causal determination. His point is that if Plum is not responsible in the first case due to manipulation, then logical consistency requires concluding that he is not responsible in any case where his actions result from factors ultimately beyond his control. The hard determinist position extends beyond individual actions to challenge our understanding of character traits and moral virtues themselves. When we admire someone's courage, honesty, or compassion, hard determinists argue that we are essentially praising them for winning a genetic and environmental lottery, rather than for any achievements that genuinely belong to them. The honest person's integrity results from favorable genetic predispositions toward trustworthiness, combined with upbringing that reinforced truthful behavior and social environments that rewarded honesty. Their honesty is no more praiseworthy than their height, eye colour, or natural athletic ability, all of which result from factors entirely beyond their control. Similarly, when we condemn someone's cruelty or dishonesty, we are essentially blaming them for losing the same genetic and environmental lottery, which seems as unfair as condemning someone for having a genetic disease or being born into poverty. Hard determinists must confront the practical question of how society should respond to harmful behaviour if punishment based on desert is unjustified. Most hard determinists embrace what philosophers call consequentialist justifications for social practices, focusing on the future benefits that practices of punishment and reward can produce, rather than on whether people deserve these responses. Punishment may be justified if it effectively deters future crimes, incapacitates dangerous individuals, or rehabilitates offenders, but not because criminals deserve to suffer for their wrongdoing. This approach treats antisocial behaviour as a public health problem, similar to infectious disease, calling for intervention aimed at protecting society and helping offenders, rather than at giving criminals their just deserts. The implications of hard determinism extend to positive moral evaluation as well as negative judgment. If no one deserves blame for wrongdoing, then logical consistency requires that no one deserves praise for good actions either. The philanthropist who donates millions to fight poverty, the teacher who dedicates her life to educating disadvantaged children, the activist who sacrifices personal comfort to advance social justice. None of these individuals merit genuine admiration or gratitude if their actions result from factors beyond their ultimate control. We might still feel pleased by their actions and encouraged to support similar behavior in others, but we should not regard them as heroic or morally superior in any fundamental sense. Their good actions, like everyone's actions, simply represent the inevitable unfolding of causal processes that began long before they were born. Hard determinism also challenges common assumptions about moral education and character development. If people cannot ultimately control their moral characters, then traditional approaches to moral education that emphasize personal responsibility, self-improvement, and character building rest on false foundations. Instead of teaching children that they are responsible for their actions and can choose to become better people, hard determinists suggest we should focus on creating environments and conditions that naturally promote pro-social behavior. This might involve genetic counseling to reduce predispositions toward aggression, early childhood interventions to promote empathy and self-control, and social policies that address the environmental factors that contribute to antisocial behavior. The goal shifts from making people more responsible to making them behave better through scientifically informed manipulation of causal factors. Critics of hard determinism often point to its apparent self-refutation, arguing that the position undermines its own rational justification. If our beliefs about determinism are themselves determined by prior causes rather than by rational evaluation of evidence, then why should we regard hard determinist arguments as more credible than their alternatives? Hard determinists typically respond that rational justification does not require ultimate control over one's beliefs, but only that beliefs be formed through reliable processes that tend to produce true conclusions. A person's acceptance of hard determinism might be causally determined, but if that determination operates through processes of careful reasoning and evidence evaluation, then the resulting belief can still be epistemically justified. The hard determinist argues that rationality is compatible with determinism in the same way that compatibilists argue that moral responsibility is compatible with determinism. The psychological and social implications of widespread acceptance of hard determinism remain hotly debated among philosophers and social scientists. Some research suggests that believing in free will encourages pro-social behavior and discourages cheating, lying and aggression, leading critics to worry that hard determinism might have harmful social consequences even if true. Hard determinists respond that these studies typically involve temporary manipulations of belief rather than deep philosophical commitment to hard determinism, and that a society organized around scientific understanding of human behavior might achieve better outcomes than one based on false beliefs about moral responsibility. They also argue that moral considerations should not determine our beliefs about the nature of reality, and that we should accept hard determinism if the arguments support it regardless of its practical consequences. Some hard determinists have developed what they call hard incompatibilism, which maintains that moral responsibility is incompatible not only with determinism but also with indeterminism. This position addresses libertarian arguments that quantum indeterminacy or agent causation might preserve moral responsibility by arguing that randomness or mysterious causal powers provide no better foundation for responsibility than strict determinism. If our actions result from random quantum events, then we are no more responsible for them than if they resulted from deterministic causal chains. If they result from special agent causal powers that operate outside the natural order, then these powers themselves are either determined by prior factors or arbitrary in ways that undermine responsibility. Hard incompatibilists thus argue that moral responsibility is impossible regardless of whether the universe is deterministic, indeterministic, or some combination of both. The hard determinist challenge to moral responsibility represents more than an abstract philosophical position, but a comprehensive alternative vision of human nature and social organization. It calls for abandoning not only practices of moral evaluation, but also the emotional attitudes and social institutions built upon them. Instead of resentment toward wrongdoers and gratitude toward benefactors, hard determinists recommend cultivating attitudes of understanding and compassion that recognize everyone as fellow victims of forces beyond their control. Instead of criminal justice systems based on retribution, they advocate for approaches modeled on public health that focus on prevention, treatment, and social protection. The hard determinist vision thus represents a radical reconceptualization of human society based on scientific understanding rather than moral intuition. Part 3. Compatibilism and the Preservation of Responsibility. Compatibilism emerges as philosophy's most ambitious attempt to preserve moral responsibility within a deterministic universe, arguing that the apparent conflict between causal determination and moral evaluation rests on conceptual confusion rather than genuine metaphysical incompatibility. This position, which commands majority support among contemporary philosophers, maintains that moral responsibility does not require the kind of ultimate control that hard determinists consider necessary, but rather a more modest form of agency that remains possible even if all our actions result from prior causes. The Compatibilist project involves not merely defending the possibility of moral responsibility under determinism, but providing positive accounts of what moral responsibility actually consists in and why deterministic causation fails to undermine it. Classical compatibilism, developed by philosophers like Thomas Hobbes and David Hume, focused primarily on the analysis of freedom and voluntary action. Hobbes argued that freedom simply means the absence of external constraints that prevent us from doing what we want to do, not the absence of causal determination of our wants themselves. A person acts freely when they can do what they desire without being physically restrained, coerced by threats, or compelled by psychological disorders, regardless of whether their desires were themselves determined by prior causes. Hume extended this analysis by distinguishing between the liberty of spontaneity, which involves acting according to one's will, and the liberty of indifference, which would require that one's will itself be undetermined. He argued that moral responsibility requires only the first kind of liberty. Since we hold people responsible for expressing their own wills and characters, rather than for having ultimate control over the formation of those wills and characters. Contemporary compatibilists have developed far more sophisticated accounts that address weaknesses in classical versions while responding to increasingly refined incompatibilist arguments. Harry Frankfurt's influential work shifted focus from alternative possibilities to the relationship between actions and their sources, arguing that moral responsibility depends on actions flowing from the agent's own deep attitudes and values, rather than from external manipulation or internal compulsion. Frankfurt's famous thought experiments involving counterfactual interveners demonstrated that agents can be responsible for their actions even when they could not have done otherwise, challenging the principle of alternative possibilities that many philosophers considered essential for moral responsibility. In these scenarios, a neuroscientist stands ready to intervene and cause an agent to perform a particular action if the agent shows signs of choosing differently. But the intervention never occurs because the agent chooses the targeted action on their own. Frankfurt argues that the agent remains fully responsible despite lacking alternative possibilities, because the action flows from their own authentic motives rather than from external intervention. Susan Wolf developed an influential reason view of moral responsibility that focuses on agents' capacity to act in accordance with reason rather than on their control over their actions. According to Wolf, agents are responsible for their actions when they have the ability to recognize moral reasons and to be motivated by those reasons in their practical deliberation and choice. This capacity for rational moral agency emerges gradually through normal human development and can be impaired by mental illness, extreme emotional disturbance, or severe deprivation. But it does not require ultimate control over one's character or circumstances. Wolf argues that moral responsibility is more like the capacity for rational thought or aesthetic appreciation than like the kind of ultimate origination that incompatibilists demand. Just as we can think rationally and appreciate beauty without being ultimately responsible for our cognitive and aesthetic capacities, we can be morally responsible without being ultimately responsible for our moral capacities. Jean-Martin Fischer and Marc Revisa have developed an influential guidance control theory that distinguishes between regulative control, which involves alternative possibilities, and guidance control, which involves the action flowing from the agent's own reasons-responsive mechanisms. They argue that moral responsibility requires only guidance control, not regulative control, making it compatible with determinism even if determinism rules out alternative possibilities. An agent exercises guidance control when their action results from their own rational deliberation and decision-making processes, and when those processes are appropriately responsive to moral reasons and considerations. This responsiveness to reasons can exist even in a deterministic world, since determined agents can still have cognitive and motivational systems that reliably track moral features of their situations and adjust their behavior accordingly. The key insight is that moral responsibility concerns the quality and authenticity of the processes that produce action rather than the ultimate causal origins of those processes. Compatibilists have developed increasingly sophisticated responses to manipulation arguments that attempt to show that there is no principled difference between ordinary causal determination and responsibility undermining manipulation. These arguments typically present cases where agents are manipulated in subtle ways that produce the same kinds of desires and values that might arise through ordinary development, challenging compatibilists to explain why manipulation undermines responsibility while ordinary causation does not. Contemporary compatibilists like John Christman and Michael McKenna have argued that the difference lies not in the presence or absence of external causal influence, but in the manner and timing of that influence. Manipulation that bypasses or corrupts an agent's normal capacities for rational reflection and autonomous development undermines responsibility in ways that ordinary socialization and education do not. The manipulation argument thus fails because it conflates illegitimate forms of external influence with legitimate forms, missing morally relevant differences in how external factors shape human agency. Some compatibilists have embraced what philosophers call mesh theories that focus on the relationship or mesh between an agent's values and desires and the causal processes that produce them. Michael McKenna's theory of moral responsibility emphasizes the importance of moral formation occurring through processes that preserve and develop the agent's capacities for rational reflection and autonomous choice. When these capacities develop normally through education, experience, and social interaction, the resulting values and desires can ground moral responsibility even if they were shaped by external influences. But when external influences bypass or corrupt these capacities through manipulation, coercion, or indoctrination, they undermine the kind of authentic agency required for moral responsibility. The theory thus provides criteria for distinguishing between responsibility-preserving and responsibility-undermining forms of external causal influence. Compatibilists must also address the problem of moral luck, which arises when factors beyond an agent's control influence the moral evaluation of their actions. Two equally reckless drivers might face very different moral and legal consequences depending on whether a child happens to run into the street. Yet this difference seems to depend on luck rather than on differences in moral agency. Some compatibilists argue that moral luck is simply an inevitable feature of moral evaluation that we must accept, while others contend that proper moral assessment should focus on factors that are more directly under the agent's control. Thomas Nagel's influential discussion of moral luck identified several varieties, including resultant luck, circumstantial luck, constitutive luck, and antecedent luck, each of which seems to introduce elements beyond the agent's control into moral evaluation. Compatibilists generally respond that moral luck does not eliminate moral responsibility, but simply shows that responsibility and desert are more complex and context-dependent than our initial intuitions might suggest. The compatibilist account of moral emotions and reactive attitudes draws heavily on P.F. Strawson's influential essay, Freedom and Resentment, which argued that moral responsibility is grounded in our natural human tendencies towards certain emotional responses rather than in metaphysical facts about agency and control. According to Strawson, practices of holding people responsible emerge from and are sustained by reactive attitudes like resentment, indignation, guilt and gratitude that we naturally feel in response to how others treat us and each other. These attitudes do not require beliefs about ultimate moral desert or libertarian free will, but simply recognition that people's actions express their attitudes toward us and our shared values. When someone treats us badly, we naturally feel resentment, not because we believe they could have chosen differently in some ultimate sense, but because their action expresses disregard or hostility toward us as persons. Compatibilists argue that this natural human tendency toward moral, reactive attitudes provides sufficient foundation for practices of moral responsibility without requiring the kind of ultimate agency that hard determinists correctly recognize as impossible. Contemporary compatibilists have also developed sophisticated accounts of degrees of moral responsibility that recognize variations in the extent to which different agents and actions satisfy conditions for responsibility. Rather than treating moral responsibility as an all-or-nothing property that agents either possess completely or lack entirely, these theories recognize that people can be more or less responsible depending on factors like their cognitive capacities, emotional stability, available information, and external pressures. A person acting under extreme duress bears less responsibility than someone acting under normal conditions, and a person with severe mental illness bears less responsibility than someone with normal psychological functioning. These gradations in responsibility correspond to differences in the degree to which agents' actions flow from their own authentic rational and evaluative capacities rather than from external compulsion or internal dysfunction. The theory of degrees thus allows compatibilists to accommodate the intuition that responsibility can be diminished or enhanced by various factors while maintaining that some degree of moral responsibility remains possible under determinism. Compatibilism thus represents not a single theory, but a research program aimed at developing naturalistic accounts of moral responsibility that preserve its central features while accepting the truth of determinism. The various compatibilist theories differ in their details and emphases, but they share the core conviction that moral responsibility is compatible with causal determination because it does not require the kind of ultimate control or self-creation that determinism makes impossible. Instead, moral responsibility requires various forms of rational agency, authentic choice, and appropriate responsiveness to moral considerations that can exist even in a fully determined world. The Compatibilist project thus aims to preserve moral practices and institutions by grounding them in more modest but more defensible conceptions of human agency than those demanded by hard determinists and libertarians. Part 4. Frankfurt Cases and the Principle of Alternative Possibilities. Harry Frankfurt's revolutionary thought experiments, introduced in his 1969 paper Alternate Possibilities and Moral Responsibility, fundamentally transformed philosophical discussions of moral responsibility by challenging one of the most deeply entrenched principles in moral philosophy. The principle of alternative possibilities, which holds that a person is morally responsible for an action only if they could have done otherwise, had enjoyed nearly universal acceptance among philosophers as a necessary condition for moral responsibility. Frankfurt's ingenious scenarios demonstrated that this principle, despite its intuitive appeal, might be false, opening new possibilities for compatibilist theories of moral responsibility and forcing incompatibilists to develop more sophisticated arguments. The basic structure of Frankfurt cases involves what philosophers call counterfactual interveners, who stand ready to ensure that an agent performs a particular action if the agent shows signs of choosing differently, but who never actually intervene because the agent chooses the targeted action on their own. In Frankfurt's original example, a neuroscientist named Black has implanted a device in Jones's brain that allows Black to control Jones's decisions and actions. Black wants Jones to kill Smith and is prepared to activate the device if Jones shows any inclination to refrain from murder, but Black remains inactive because Jones decides on his own to kill Smith for his own reasons. The crucial insight is that Jones seems to bear full moral responsibility for the murder, despite being unable to choose differently, since Black would have intervened to cause the murder if Jones had been inclined toward any alternative course of action. Frankfurt's cases directly challenge the principle of alternative possibilities by presenting scenarios where agents appear to be morally responsible for actions they could not have avoided. If Jones is genuinely responsible for murdering Smith, then moral responsibility does not require the ability to do otherwise, contrary to what the principle of alternative possibilities claims. This has profound implications for debates about moral responsibility and determinism, since incompatibilists typically argue that determinism undermines moral responsibility precisely because it eliminates alternative possibilities. If Frankfurt cases show that alternative possibilities are not necessary for moral responsibility, then the incompatibilist argument loses its foundation, and moral responsibility might be compatible with determinism after all. The philosophical literature has generated numerous variations of Frankfurt cases designed to address objections and clarify the precise conditions under which alternative possibilities become irrelevant to moral responsibility. Some cases involve interveners who monitor the agent's brain states and intervene based on neural activity that reliably indicates specific decisions, while others involve interveners who respond to observable behavior or even to random signals that happen to correlate with the agent's choices. John Martin Fisher has developed sophisticated examples involving flicker-free scenarios that eliminate even tiny alternative possibilities that might remain in simpler Frankfurt cases. These refined examples aim to present cases where agents truly cannot do otherwise, while maintaining the intuition that they remain fully responsible for their actions. Critics of Frankfurt cases have developed several lines of response, with some arguing that the cases fail to eliminate all alternative possibilities, and others contending that the cases do not preserve genuine moral responsibility. Carl Genet and others have argued that Frankfurt cases necessarily involve what they call flickers of freedom, small alternative possibilities that remain available to the agent even under the threat of intervention. For example, Jones might have the alternative possibility of beginning to choose differently before Black intervenes, or of performing the target action with different intentions or motivations than those Black would have caused. If these residual alternative possibilities are sufficient to ground moral responsibility, then Frankfurt cases do not succeed in showing that responsibility is possible without alternatives. Robert Kane has argued that Frankfurt cases fail to address the deepest concerns about moral responsibility because they focus on alternative possibilities at the moment of action while ignoring alternative possibilities in the agent's developmental history. According to Kane, what matters for ultimate moral responsibility is not whether agents could have chosen differently at particular moments, but whether they had opportunities earlier in their lives to shape themselves into the kinds of people who would make different choices. Frankfurt cases typically involve agents whose characters and values are already formed, leaving open the question of whether those agents had ultimate responsibility for becoming the kinds of people they are. Kane argues that genuine moral responsibility requires what he calls self-forming actions that allow agents to influence their own character development in ways that are not predetermined by prior causes. Defenders of Frankfurt cases have developed increasingly sophisticated responses to these objections, often by constructing more elaborate scenarios that close off proposed escape routes. Alfred Mehle and David Robb have created Frankfurt-style cases involving global interventions that affect all aspects of the agent's psychology and behavior, not just their final choices. Fisher and Ravizza have argued that flickers of freedom, even if they exist, are irrelevant to moral responsibility because they involve alternatives that are too insignificant to serve as the basis for moral evaluation. The mere possibility of beginning to choose differently, or of acting with slightly different intentions, does not seem sufficient to ground the kind of robust moral responsibility that we typically attribute to moral agents. The debate over Frankfurt cases has also generated discussions about the proper methodology for testing intuitions about moral responsibility. Some philosophers argue that Frankfurt cases involve such unusual and artificial scenarios that our intuitions about them may be unreliable guides to the correct theory of moral responsibility. Others contend that the cases succeed precisely because they isolate the features that are genuinely relevant to moral responsibility while controlling for irrelevant factors that might confuse our judgment in ordinary cases. The question of whether philosophical thought experiments can provide reliable evidence about moral concepts remains contested, with some philosophers preferring to focus on more naturalistic approaches that examine actual practices of moral evaluation. Frankfurt's own positive theory of moral responsibility emphasizes the importance of actions flowing from the agent's deep self or authentic motivational structure rather than from external compulsion or internal conflict. According to Frankfurt, what matters for moral responsibility is not that agents could have done otherwise, but that their actions emerge from their own values, desires and commitments in the right kind of way. This approach shifts attention from alternative possibilities to the quality and authenticity of the psychological processes that produce action, opening space for compatibilist theories that focus on rational agency and self-expression rather than on ultimate control. Frankfurt's hierarchical theory analyzes authentic agency in terms of harmony between an agent's first-order desires and their higher-order volitions about what to want and how to act. The implications of Frankfurt cases extend beyond academic philosophy to practical questions about criminal responsibility, moral education, and social policy. If moral responsibility does not require alternative possibilities, then certain defences in criminal law that rely on claims about the defendant's inability to act otherwise might need reconsideration. Similarly, approaches to moral education that emphasize teaching children about choice and alternatives might need to focus more on developing authentic values and good judgment, rather than on preserving maximal freedom of choice. The Frankfurt argument also potentially supports compatibilist approaches to dealing with antisocial behavior that focus on understanding and modifying the psychological processes that produce harmful actions, rather than on determining whether actors could have chosen differently. Contemporary developments in neuroscience and psychology have added new dimensions to debates about Frankfurt cases by providing empirical information about the nature of human decision-making and the conditions under which people experience themselves as having choices. Some researchers have argued that findings about the unconscious initiation of action and the constructed nature of conscious will provide real-world analogues to Frankfurt scenarios. Others contend that normal human psychology involves complex feedback loops between conscious reflection and unconscious processing that differ fundamentally from the external intervention scenarios that Frankfurt described. The question of whether Frankfurt cases illuminate or distort the actual nature of human agency remains an active area of interdisciplinary research, connecting philosophy, neuroscience and psychology. Frankfurt cases thus represent more than clever philosophical puzzles, but rather fundamental challenges to traditional ways of thinking about moral responsibility, free will, and human agency. Whether or not the cases succeed in refuting the principle of alternative possibilities, they have forced philosophers to develop more precise and sophisticated theories about what moral responsibility requires and why it matters. The debate over Frankfurt cases continues to generate new insights about the relationship between moral responsibility and human psychology, the proper role of intuitions in moral philosophy, and the prospects for reconciling our moral practices with scientific understanding of human behavior. Part 5. Libertarian Free Will and Agent Causation. Libertarian theories of free will represent the most direct and uncompromising response to the determinist challenge, rejecting the assumption that all events in the universe must follow from prior causes according to natural laws. Unlike compatibilists who attempt to preserve moral responsibility within a deterministic framework, libertarians argue that genuine moral responsibility requires genuinely free actions that are not causally determined by antecedent conditions. This position faces the daunting task of explaining how free actions are possible in a universe governed by natural laws, while avoiding the apparent arbitrariness that would result from actions being simply random or uncaused. The libertarian project thus requires developing sophisticated theories of human agency that can account for genuine causal efficacy of agents without violating scientific understanding of the natural world. Robert Kane, one of the most influential contemporary libertarians, has developed a theory of self-forming actions, that attempts to locate genuine freedom in moments of moral conflict when agents' competing desires and values pull them in different directions. According to Kane, these situations create what he calls quantum openness in the brain, where neural indeterminacy amplifies into macroscopic uncertainty about which course of action the agent will pursue. In such moments, agents can genuinely influence the outcome through their efforts of will, creating what Kane terms ultimate responsibility for their choices and their subsequent character development. These self-forming actions shape agents' subsequent dispositions and values, making them ultimately responsible for becoming the kinds of people they are, and therefore for the actions that flow from their settled characters. Agent-causal libertarianism, developed most systematically by philosophers like Timothy O'Connor and Robert Clark, posits that agents possess special causal powers that allow them to initiate new causal chains without themselves being determined to do so by prior events. According to this theory, when agents exercise their free will, they function as uncaused causes or prime movers who bring about their decisions and actions without those decisions being causally necessitated by antecedent conditions. Agent causation differs fundamentally from event causation, which involves one event bringing about another according to natural laws, because it involves substances or agents directly causing events without being causally determined to do so. This allows agents to be the ultimate sources of their actions in a way that grounds genuine moral responsibility while avoiding the randomness that would make actions arbitrary. The agent-causal theory faces significant challenges in explaining how agent causation relates to the physical processes occurring in agents' brains and bodies. If mental events like decisions and intentions have physical correlates in neural activity, as contemporary neuroscience strongly suggests, then agent causation must somehow influence brain states without violating physical laws or introducing arbitrary discontinuities in natural processes. Some agent-causal theorists propose that agents exercise their causal power by determining which of several physically possible neural outcomes actually occurs in situations where quantum indeterminacy leaves multiple options open. Others suggest that agent causation might involve top-down causal influence, where higher-level mental properties influence lower-level physical processes in ways that are consistent with natural laws, but not reducible to purely physical causation. Randolph Clark has developed a sophisticated version of agent-causal libertarianism that attempts to address concerns about the relationship between agent causation and physical causation. Clark argues that agents exercise their causal power by directly causing neural events that initiate action, but only in situations where physical processes are themselves undetermined and therefore open to agent-causal influence. This approach aims to preserve the integrity of physical causation while creating space for genuine agent causation in cases where physical processes alone do not determine unique outcomes. The theory requires that moments of free choice coincide with situations where neural indeterminacy creates genuine openness in brain states, allowing agents to resolve this indeterminacy through their own causal activity. Event-causal libertarians like Marc Balaguer and Carl Genet reject agent causation as mysterious and scientifically problematic, arguing instead that free actions are uncaused events that occur when agents' deliberation processes reach states of indeterminacy. According to this approach, free will does not require special causal powers, but simply the absence of causal determination in situations where agents have good reasons for multiple courses of action. When an agent faces a genuine moral dilemma and has compelling reasons for conflicting alternatives, the agent's decision may be genuinely undetermined while still being rational and morally evaluable. The key insight is that actions can be free and responsible even if they are not caused by anything, as long as they result from appropriate reasoning processes and express the agent's authentic values and commitments. Critics of libertarian theories raise several fundamental objections that challenge the coherence and plausibility of libertarian approaches to free will. The consequence argument, developed most systematically by Carl Genet and Peter van Inwagen, contends that if determinism is true, then no one has power over the facts of nature and the laws of nature, and no one has power over the fact that the facts of nature and laws of nature entail every fact about the future. But if libertarian theories require violations of natural laws or gaps in the causal order, then they face the challenge of explaining how such violations or gaps could ground moral responsibility rather than simply introducing arbitrary elements into human behavior. The randomness objection argues that undetermined actions are no more deserving of praise or blame than determined actions, since agents cannot control truly random events any more than they can control causally necessitated events. Timothy O'Connor has responded to the randomness objection by arguing that agent-causal free actions are neither determined nor random, because they're caused by agents exercising their rational capacities to choose among available alternatives. The agent's causal activity provides sufficient reason for the action while ensuring that the action is not arbitrary or meaningless. According to O'Connor, agent causation involves agents directly causing their decisions based on their reasons and values, making the resulting actions both free and rational without being either determined or random. This approach requires that agents possess irreducible causal powers that operate according to rational principles rather than natural laws, allowing them to function as ultimate sources of their actions. Libertarian theories must also address empirical challenges from neuroscience and psychology that seem to support more deterministic pictures of human decision-making. Studies showing that brain activity associated with decisions begins before conscious awareness of choosing appear to undermine libertarian claims about the causal efficacy of conscious deliberation and choice. Some libertarians respond that these studies focus on simple, arbitrary decisions that may not involve the kind of genuine moral agency that libertarian theories aim to explain. Others argue that the studies are compatible with libertarian theories because they do not show that conscious awareness is epiphenomenal, but only that decision-making involves complex temporal processes that may include both unconscious and conscious components. Kane has developed detailed responses to neuroscientific challenges by arguing that studies of simple motor decisions may not generalize to complex moral choices that involve competing values and require sustained deliberation. He suggests that the kind of self-forming actions that ground ultimate responsibility occur in situations of significant moral conflict where agents must struggle to determine which of their competing values should prevail. These situations may involve different neural processes than those studied in typical experiments, potentially leaving room for the quantum openness and genuine agency that Kane's theory requires. The empirical question of whether human brains exhibit the kind of amplified indeterminacy that libertarian theories predict remains an active area of research connecting philosophy, neuroscience, and physics. Some libertarians have embraced what philosophers call modest libertarianism, which holds that free will exists, but may be less common or less robust than our ordinary beliefs suggest. According to this approach, agents exercise genuine free will only in certain special circumstances involving significant moral choices, while much of their behavior may be determined or at least not freely chosen in the libertarian sense. This position allows libertarians to accommodate empirical findings about the largely automatic and determined nature of much human behavior while maintaining that some actions involve genuine agency and ultimate responsibility. Modest libertarianism thus represents a strategic retreat from stronger libertarian claims, while preserving the core insight that some human actions must be genuinely free if moral responsibility is to be preserved. The libertarian program continues to evolve in response to developments in neuroscience, quantum mechanics, and complexity theory that may provide new resources for understanding how genuine agency could be possible in the natural world. Some libertarians have explored connections between free will and theories of emergence that explain how higher-level properties can have genuine causal efficacy that is not reducible to lower-level physical processes. Others have investigated whether quantum mechanics might provide the kind of openness in natural processes that agent causation requires, though most physicists remain skeptical that quantum indeterminacy operates at the level of neural activity in ways that could support free will. The Libertarian project thus represents an ongoing attempt to develop scientifically informed theories of human agency that preserve the genuine freedom that many consider necessary for moral responsibility. Part 6. Moral luck and the boundaries of control. The problem of moral luck presents one of the most perplexing challenges in moral philosophy, revealing how factors entirely beyond our control can dramatically influence the moral evaluation of our actions and characters. Thomas Nagel's seminal analysis identified this phenomenon as a fundamental tension between our practices of moral assessment and our commitment to holding people responsible only for what lies within their control. The concept of moral luck exposes the uncomfortable truth that chance and circumstance pervade moral life in ways that seem to undermine the fairness and coherence of moral judgment. Yet attempting to eliminate luck from moral evaluation appears to lead toward the elimination of moral responsibility altogether. This creates a profound dilemma that forces us to reconsider basic assumptions about desert, fairness, and the proper scope of moral evaluation. Nagel distinguished 4 distinct varieties of moral luck, each of which demonstrates how factors beyond an agent's control can influence moral evaluation in different ways. Resultant luck occurs when identical actions lead to different outcomes due to circumstances beyond the agent's control, resulting in different moral assessments despite identical intentions and behavior. The paradigmatic example involves 2 equally reckless drivers, one of whom strikes and kills a child who unexpectedly runs into the street, while the other completes the same journey without incident. Both drivers acted with identical negligence and disregard for safety, yet the unlucky driver faces vastly greater moral condemnation and legal punishment simply because external circumstances beyond their control created a tragic outcome. This seems fundamentally unfair, since the moral difference in evaluation stems from factors that had nothing to do with the driver's choices, intentions, or character. Circumstantial luck involves variations in the situations that agents encounter, which can dramatically affect the opportunities they have to display virtue or vice. A person living in peaceful times has no opportunity to demonstrate courage in war, while someone born into a corrupt society faces constant temptations toward dishonesty that others never encounter. The German citizens who became complicit in Nazi atrocities might have lived entirely conventional and seemingly moral lives if they had been born in different times and places. Their moral failure seems partially attributable to the unfortunate circumstance of facing extreme moral tests that most people never encounter, raising questions about whether we can fairly judge them without considering the extraordinary pressures they faced. Conversely, those who never face serious moral challenges may appear virtuous simply because they were fortunate enough to avoid situations that would have revealed their moral weaknesses. Constitutive luck refers to the traits, capacities and dispositions that constitute a person's character, but that result from factors ultimately beyond their control. An individual's genetic inheritance influences their tendencies toward aggression, empathy, impulsiveness, and self-control in ways that profoundly shape their moral behavior throughout life. Environmental factors including family upbringing, cultural context, educational opportunities and social influences also play crucial roles in character formation that individuals do not ultimately choose or control. If someone's honesty, courage or compassion stems from favorable genetic endowments and fortunate developmental circumstances, then praising them for these virtues seems as inappropriate as praising them for their height or natural intelligence. Similarly, condemning someone for character flaws that result from genetic predispositions or damaging experiences seems to blame them for losing lotteries they never chose to enter. Antecedent luck encompasses all the factors in a person's causal history that led to their being the kind of person who would make particular choices in particular circumstances. This category threatens to expand indefinitely as we trace the causal origins of any action back through the agent's development, upbringing, genetic inheritance, and ultimately to factors that clearly predate their existence. Every influence that shaped an agent's values, beliefs, emotional responses, and decision-making patterns represents a form of antecedent luck that contributed to their current choices without being chosen by them. The problem of antecedent luck thus connects directly to broader questions about moral responsibility and determinism, since it suggests that the ultimate sources of all our actions lie in factors entirely beyond our control. The phenomenon of moral luck creates particularly acute problems for retributivist theories of punishment that emphasize giving criminals what they deserve based on their moral culpability. If identical criminal actions receive different punishments depending on their accidental consequences, the punishment system appears to violate principles of proportionality and fairness that retributivists consider fundamental. A drunk driver who kills someone faces much harsher penalties than an equally drunk driver who makes it home safely. Yet the difference in their moral desert seems minimal compared to the difference in legal consequences. Some legal systems attempt to address this problem through attempted crime statutes that punish unsuccessful attempts nearly as severely as successful crimes, but these efforts remain incomplete and controversial. The deeper question is whether any punishment system can be genuinely fair, given the pervasive influence of luck on human behavior and its consequences. Philosophers have developed several strategies for responding to the challenge of moral luck, ranging from accepting its ubiquity to attempting to minimize its influence on moral evaluation. Some embrace what might be called moral luck skepticism, arguing that recognition of luck's pervasive influence should lead us to abandon or drastically curtail practices of moral praise and blame. This position parallels hard determinist arguments but focuses specifically on the element of chance, rather than on causal determination per se. According to moral luck skeptics, fair moral evaluation would require isolating the contributions that individuals make independently of all lucky and unlucky circumstances. But this isolation proves impossible because luck influences every aspect of human agency and action. Other philosophers argue for moral luck accommodation, accepting that luck plays an inevitable role in moral evaluation, while maintaining that this does not undermine the legitimacy of moral responsibility practices. According to this view, moral evaluation occurs within the context of a world where chance and circumstance inevitably influence outcomes, and we should not expect moral assessment to be fair in some ultimate cosmic sense. What matters is that our practices of praise and blame serve important social functions like encouraging good behavior, expressing social values, and maintaining relationships of mutual respect and accountability. These functions can be served effectively even if moral evaluation is influenced by factors beyond agents' control, as long as the evaluation responds appropriately to morally relevant features of actions and character. A third approach involves moral luck mitigation, attempting to develop principles and practices that minimize the influence of luck on moral evaluation without eliminating it entirely. This might involve focusing moral assessment primarily on intentions, motivations, and character traits, rather than on outcomes that depend heavily on external circumstances. Legal systems already incorporate this approach to some extent through distinctions between attempted and completed crimes, between different levels of intent, and through defences that recognise diminished capacity due to external pressures or internal limitations. The mitigation approach acknowledges that perfect fairness may be impossible while working to make moral and legal evaluation as fair as possible given human limitations and practical constraints. Recent work in moral psychology has revealed additional complexities in how moral luck influences actual moral judgment, showing that people's intuitive responses to cases of moral luck are often inconsistent and influenced by factors like emotional involvement and outcome severity. Studies suggest that people are more willing to blame agents for bad outcomes than to credit them for good outcomes that result from similar luck, displaying an asymmetry that may reflect evolved psychological tendencies rather than principled moral reasoning. This research raises questions about whether philosophical theories of moral luck should aim to systematize and refine our intuitive responses, or should instead provide more objective standards that correct for psychological biases. The descriptive question of how people actually respond to moral luck may be distinct from the normative question of how they should respond, but understanding the psychology of moral judgment remains relevant to developing realistic and effective approaches to moral evaluation. The problem of moral luck also intersects with questions about collective responsibility and institutional design, since organizations and societies face similar challenges in distributing rewards and punishments fairly despite the influence of factors beyond individual control. Should hiring decisions consider only factors that individuals control, or may they legitimately take into account natural talents and advantages that result from genetic and environmental luck? How should social institutions respond to inequalities that result from differences in family background, educational opportunities, and other forms of circumstantial luck? These questions about distributive justice reflect the same fundamental tension between fairness and practicality that arises in individual moral evaluation, suggesting that moral luck poses challenges not only for personal responsibility but for the design of just institutions. The phenomenon of moral luck thus reveals deep tensions within our moral concepts and practices that resist easy resolution. While we cannot eliminate luck from moral life, we can develop more nuanced and realistic approaches to moral evaluation that acknowledge luck's influence while preserving the social functions that moral responsibility serves. This may require accepting that moral evaluation will always be imperfect, and that perfect justice may be impossible to achieve, while still working to make our practices as fair and effective as possible within the constraints of human psychology and social reality. Part 7. Reactive Attitudes and the Interpersonal Nature of Responsibility. P.F. Strawson's groundbreaking essay, Freedom and Resentment, revolutionized philosophical discussions of moral responsibility by shifting focus from metaphysical questions about free will to psychological and social questions about the attitudes and emotions that constitute moral responsibility practices. Strawson argued that moral responsibility is not primarily a matter of metaphysical desert based on ultimate control, but rather emerges from our natural human tendencies towards certain emotional responses when we encounter actions that express attitudes toward us and our shared values. This approach, known as the reactive attitudes theory, suggests that practices of holding people responsible are grounded in basic features of human psychology and social interaction, rather than in abstract philosophical principles about agency and causation. The theory has profoundly influenced contemporary discussions by providing a naturalistic alternative to traditional approaches that rely on controversial metaphysical assumptions about free will and ultimate responsibility. Strawson distinguished between participant reactive attitudes that arise when we are personally involved in interactions with others and objective attitudes that characterize our responses to people we view as objects of scientific study, social policy or therapeutic intervention rather than as full moral agents. Participant reactive attitudes include emotions like resentment when others treat us badly, indignation when they mistreat third parties, guilt when we treat others badly, and gratitude when others treat us well. These attitudes naturally arise in the context of personal relationships and social interactions, where we view others as responsible agents capable of goodwill or ill will toward us. Objective attitudes, by contrast, involve viewing people as phenomena to be explained, predicted, controlled, or helped, rather than as agents to be praised, blamed, or held responsible. When we adopt objective attitudes towards someone, we suspend reactive attitudes and treat them more like natural forces or malfunctioning mechanisms than like moral agents. The reactive attitudes theory argues that moral responsibility practices emerge from and are sustained by our natural tendencies toward participant reactive attitudes, rather than by abstract beliefs about metaphysical free will. When someone treats us rudely or unfairly, we naturally feel resentment not because we have worked out that they possess ultimate control over their actions, but because their behavior expresses disregard or hostility toward us as persons deserving of respect. Similarly, we feel gratitude when others help us, not because we believe they deserve ultimate credit for their kindness, but because their actions express goodwill and concern for our welfare. These emotional responses constitute our holding people responsible, rather than being consequences of independently established facts about responsibility. According to Strawson, the question, was this person responsible for their action, should be understood as asking whether it is appropriate to respond to them with reactive attitudes rather than with objective attitudes. Strawson's approach provides a potentially powerful response to hard determinist arguments because it suggests that moral responsibility does not require the kind of ultimate control that determinism appears to eliminate. Even if all human actions result from prior causes according to natural laws, people can still express goodwill or ill will toward others through their actions. And it can still be appropriate for us to respond with reactive attitudes that reflect our recognition of these expressions. A person who helps us does so because of their psychology, upbringing and circumstances, but their action still expresses concern for our welfare in a way that naturally evokes gratitude, regardless of whether they could have chosen differently in some ultimate sense. The reactive attitudes theory thus suggests that moral responsibility practices can survive the truth of determinism because they do not depend on libertarian free will, but on the expressive and interpersonal dimensions of human action. Contemporary philosophers have developed sophisticated versions of Strawsonian theories that address various objections and extend the basic insights to new areas. T.M. Scanlon has argued that moral responsibility should be understood in terms of the quality of will that agents express through their actions, rather than in terms of their causal control over outcomes. According to Scanlon, when we hold someone responsible for an action, we are evaluating the attitudes toward others that their action reveals, rather than assessing their causal contribution to bringing about specific results. This approach allows moral responsibility to focus on factors that are more directly connected to agency and character, while avoiding some of the problems created by moral luck and causal determination. A person who intends to help but accidentally causes harm may bear less responsibility than someone who intends harm but fails to cause it, because responsibility tracks the attitudes expressed rather than the outcomes achieved. Michael McKenna has developed a detailed conversation model of moral responsibility that treats practices of praise and blame as forms of moral communication rather than as mechanisms for distributing deserved benefits and burdens. According to this model, when we blame someone for wrongdoing, we are essentially communicating our moral expectations and indicating that their behavior violates shared standards of appropriate treatment. The blamed person may respond by offering excuses, justifications, or apologies that continue the moral conversation and potentially restore relationships damaged by moral transgression. This communicative approach suggests that moral responsibility practices serve important social functions in maintaining moral communities and relationships, even if they do not track metaphysical desert in any ultimate sense. The success of moral responsibility practices should be measured by their effectiveness in promoting moral understanding and maintaining social cooperation, rather than by their ability to give people what they ultimately deserve. Victoria McGeer has explored how reactive attitudes and responsibility practices play important roles in moral development and character formation, particularly in children who are learning to become responsible moral agents. According to McGeer, when we hold children responsible for their actions through age-appropriate expressions of reactive attitudes, we help them develop the capacities for moral agency that make genuine responsibility possible. Young children learn to recognize and respond to moral considerations, partly through experiencing others' emotional responses to their behavior and gradually internalizing standards of appropriate conduct. This developmental perspective suggests that moral responsibility practices are not merely responses to already existing agency, but also contribute to creating and sustaining the forms of agency they presuppose. The reactive attitudes theory thus provides resources for understanding moral responsibility as both a recognition of existing capacities and a social process that helps develop and maintain those capacities. Critics of reactive attitudes theories have raised several important objections that challenge their adequacy as complete accounts of moral responsibility. Some argue that the theories conflate the emotions and attitudes that typically accompany moral responsibility with moral responsibility itself, failing to explain what makes some reactive attitudes appropriate while others are not. If moral responsibility simply consists in the appropriateness of reactive attitudes, then we need independent criteria for determining when these attitudes are justified. And these criteria may reintroduce the very metaphysical questions that Strawsonian theories aim to avoid. A psychopath might naturally feel no resentment toward others, regardless of how they are treated, but this emotional deficit does not seem to eliminate others' moral responsibility for mistreating them. Similarly, someone might feel intense resentment toward others for actions that clearly do not warrant blame, suggesting that appropriate reactive attitudes depend on facts about responsibility rather than constituting those facts. Another line of criticism focuses on the relationship between reactive attitudes and moral judgment, arguing that the theory cannot adequately account for cases where our emotional responses and our considered moral judgments diverge. We might continue to feel resentment towards someone even after concluding that they were not responsible for harming us due to mental illness or external coercion. Conversely, we might judge someone responsible for wrongdoing while feeling little or no emotional response due to emotional numbness, depression, or simple passage of time. These cases suggest that moral responsibility involves cognitive and evaluative components that go beyond the emotional reactions that reactive attitudes theories emphasize. Defenders of Strawsonian approaches typically respond that the theory concerns the appropriateness of reactive attitudes rather than their actual occurrence. But this response may reintroduce the need for independent standards of moral evaluation. The reactive attitudes approach also faces challenges in explaining moral responsibility in cases involving collective action, institutional behavior, and abstract moral principles, where personal reactive attitudes may be less relevant or appropriate. When we hold corporations responsible for environmental damage or governments responsible for policy failures, our moral evaluation may not involve the same kinds of personal reactive attitudes that characterize individual moral relationships. Similarly, moral evaluation of historical figures or people in distant cultures may require moral judgment that goes beyond the interpersonal attitudes that Strawsonian theories emphasize. Some philosophers argue that reactive attitudes theories capture important aspects of moral responsibility in personal relationships, but need supplementation to account for broader moral and political contexts where different considerations may be relevant. Recent empirical research in moral psychology has provided both support and challenges for reactive attitudes theories by investigating how emotions actually function in moral judgment and behavior. Studies suggest that emotional responses like anger and disgust play important roles in moral cognition, supporting Strawsonian claims about the centrality of affective attitudes in moral evaluation. However, research also shows that moral emotions can be influenced by irrelevant factors like physical disgust, interpersonal attractiveness, and cultural variation in ways that raise questions about their reliability as guides to moral truth. The descriptive question of how reactive attitudes actually function in human psychology may be distinct from the normative question of how they should function in ideal moral responsibility practices. Strawsonian theories must therefore navigate between taking human emotional responses seriously while acknowledging that these responses may sometimes need correction or refinement through moral reasoning and reflection. The reactive attitudes approach continues to evolve as philosophers explore its implications for various areas of moral and political philosophy, including theories of blame, forgiveness, moral education, and restorative justice. The emphasis on moral responsibility as a form of interpersonal relationship rather than a metaphysical property suggests new approaches to criminal justice that focus on repairing relationships and communities rather than on giving offenders what they deserve in some ultimate sense. Similarly, the theory's emphasis on the communicative dimensions of moral evaluation suggests approaches to moral education that focus on developing appropriate emotional and social responses rather than on teaching abstract principles about rights and duties. Part 8. The Manipulation Argument and Authentic Agency. The manipulation argument represents one of the most sophisticated and psychologically compelling challenges to compatibilist theories of moral responsibility. Arguing that there is no principled difference between ordinary causal determination and the kinds of manipulation that clearly undermine responsibility. This argument gains its force from presenting cases where agents are manipulated in subtle ways that produce desires, values and choices that seem authentic to the agents themselves, yet where we intuitively judge that the manipulation eliminates or significantly reduces their moral responsibility. The challenge for compatibilists is to explain why manipulation undermines responsibility, while ordinary causation does not, given that both involve external factors shaping agents' psychological states and subsequent behavior in ways beyond the agent's ultimate control. The manipulation argument thus forces compatibilists to develop increasingly sophisticated theories of authentic agency that can distinguish between responsibility-preserving and responsibility-undermining forms of external influence. Dirk Perreboom's four-case argument provides the most systematic presentation of the manipulation challenge, using a series of scenarios involving the same agent committing the same crime under different conditions of external influence. In the first case, Professor Plum murders White because neuroscientists have programmed him to do so using sophisticated brain manipulation technology that directly controls his neural activity. In the second case, Plum commits the same murder because he was programmed as an infant through genetic engineering and early childhood conditioning to develop the specific desires and values that would lead him to kill White under particular circumstances. In the third case, Plum's murderous behavior results from an extremely rigorous upbringing and social conditioning that shaped his psychology in ways that made the crime inevitable given his circumstances. In the final case, Plum commits murder as a result of his ordinary upbringing and social environment, representing the kind of normal causal determination that compatibilists consider consistent with moral responsibility. The argument's power lies in its claim that there are no morally relevant differences between the four cases that could justify holding Plum responsible in the final case while excusing him in the earlier ones. In each scenario, Plum's action results from factors ultimately beyond his control that shaped his psychology and behavior according to causal laws. The differences between high-tech neural programming, genetic engineering, rigorous conditioning, and ordinary socialization seem to be matters of degree and method, rather than fundamental distinctions that could ground different assessments of moral responsibility. If Plum is not responsible when his behavior results from direct neural manipulation, then consistency requires concluding that he is also not responsible when his behavior results from more ordinary forms of causal determination that operate through genetic inheritance, childhood development, and social influences. Compatibilists have developed several strategies for responding to manipulation arguments, typically by identifying features that distinguish legitimate from illegitimate forms of external influence on human agency. One approach focuses on the temporal dimension of influence, arguing that manipulation occurring during or shortly before action undermines responsibility in ways that early developmental influences do not. John Fisher and Mark Ravisa argue that manipulation is responsibility undermining when it bypasses or corrupts the agent's normal capacities for rational reflection and moral development, but not when it operates through those capacities during normal periods of character formation. According to this view, early childhood influences shape responsibility rather than undermining it because they help create the agent's capacities for moral agency, while later manipulation corrupts or bypasses those already developed capacities. Michael McKenna has developed a different response that focuses on the quality and appropriateness of the processes through which external influences shape agency. According to McKenna's theory, manipulation undermines responsibility when it involves deception, coercion, or other inappropriate methods of influence that violate principles of respect for persons and autonomy. Ordinary socialization and moral education, by contrast, typically involve open communication, rational persuasion, and respect for the developing person's emerging capacity for independent judgment. The difference lies not in the presence or absence of external influence, but in whether that influence operates through methods that are consistent with treating the person as a developing moral agent deserving of respect. This approach allows compatibilists to distinguish between education and manipulation while acknowledging that both involve external shaping of agency. Alfred Melle has argued that manipulation arguments often conflate different senses of control and responsibility in ways that make the arguments appear stronger than they actually are. According to Melle, there is an important distinction between being responsible for an action and being responsible for the psychological states that lead to that action. An agent might be responsible for committing murder even if they are not responsible for having the murderous desires that motivated the crime, as long as the action flows from their own psychological states through appropriate psychological processes. This response suggests that the manipulation argument may prove too much by requiring agents to be ultimately responsible for their own psychology in ways that would make moral responsibility impossible under any causal regime. The manipulation argument also connects to broader questions about the relationship between moral responsibility and personal identity over time. Some philosophers argue that responsibility requires a certain kind of psychological continuity and connection between the agent who performs an action and the agent who can be held responsible for it. Severe manipulation might threaten this continuity by creating dramatic changes in personality and values that make the post-manipulation agent substantially different from the pre-manipulation agent. This approach suggests that manipulation undermines responsibility not simply because it involves external causal influence, but because it disrupts the kinds of psychological connections that constitute personal identity and make responsibility attributions appropriate. The question becomes whether ordinary development and socialization preserve sufficient psychological continuity to ground responsibility attributions across time. Recent developments in neuroscience and psychology have added new dimensions to debates about manipulation by revealing the extent to which all human psychology is shaped by factors beyond conscious control. Studies of implicit bias, unconscious priming, and social influence show that people's judgments and decisions can be significantly influenced by subtle environmental factors that operate below the threshold of conscious awareness. If ordinary cognition involves forms of unconscious influence that are similar to explicit manipulation in their effects on behavior, this might support manipulation arguments by showing that the distinction between authentic and inauthentic agency is less clear than compatibilists suppose. Alternatively, these findings might support compatibilist responses by suggesting that some forms of external influence are simply inevitable features of human psychology that do not undermine agency as long as they operate through normal cognitive and emotional mechanisms. The manipulation argument has also generated discussion about the moral status of enhanced agents who have been improved through genetic engineering, pharmaceutical interventions, or other forms of technological enhancement. If genetic modifications that improve moral motivation or cognitive capacities constitute manipulation that undermines responsibility, then enhanced agents might bear reduced responsibility for their actions despite performing better by ordinary moral standards. Conversely, if such enhancements are compatible with moral responsibility, then the manipulation argument may be less threatening to compatibilism than initially appeared. These questions about enhancement connect manipulation arguments to broader issues in bioethics and philosophy of technology about the proper limits of human modification and improvement. Contemporary philosophers have also explored the implications of manipulation arguments for political philosophy and social theory, particularly regarding questions about legitimate authority and political obligation. If extensive socialization and education constitute forms of manipulation that undermine authentic choice, this might challenge the legitimacy of democratic institutions that depend on citizens making informed and autonomous political decisions. Alternatively, if normal political socialization is compatible with autonomous citizenship, this might provide resources for responding to manipulation arguments in the moral responsibility context. The political dimensions of the manipulation argument thus connect individual moral responsibility to broader questions about freedom, authority, and legitimate social institutions. The manipulation argument continues to generate new philosophical research as scholars develop increasingly sophisticated theories of authentic agency, moral development, and legitimate influence. These debates reflect deeper questions about human nature, the sources of moral agency, and the conditions under which people can be genuinely responsible for their actions in a world where external influences inevitably shape human psychology and behavior. While manipulation arguments have not definitively refuted compatibilism, they have forced compatibilists to develop more nuanced and empirically informed theories of moral responsibility that take seriously the challenges posed by external influence on human agency. Part 9. Degrees of responsibility and moral assessment. Rather than treating moral responsibility as an all-or-nothing property that agents either possess completely or lack entirely, many contemporary philosophers have embraced theories of degrees that recognize substantial variation in the extent to which different people and actions satisfy conditions for responsibility. This approach acknowledges that factors like mental illness, external pressure, limited information, and developmental immaturity can diminish responsibility without eliminating it completely, providing a more nuanced framework for moral evaluation that better captures the complexity of human agency and social interaction. Degrees theories promise to resolve apparent conflicts between different moral intuitions by allowing that people can be partially responsible in ways that warrant modified rather than standard forms of praise and blame. The challenge for such theories lies in developing principled criteria for determining degrees of responsibility while maintaining practical guidance for moral and legal evaluation. The concept of degrees of responsibility finds natural application in legal contexts where criminal justice systems routinely recognize various factors that can increase or decrease culpability for wrongdoing. Mitigating factors like mental illness, extreme emotional disturbance, provocation, duress, and youth typically result in reduced sentences rather than complete exoneration, reflecting an implicit understanding that responsibility admits of degrees. Similarly, aggravating factors like premeditation, special cruelty, abuse of trust and recidivism can increase penalties by indicating higher degrees of culpability for otherwise similar crimes. These legal practices suggest that our actual moral and legal institutions already incorporate degrees of responsibility, even if philosophical theories have not always acknowledged this complexity. The philosophical task becomes systematizing and justifying these practices, while identifying the underlying principles that determine when responsibility should be considered greater or lesser. Contemporary philosophers have identified several different dimensions along which responsibility can vary, each reflecting different aspects of moral agency and their development or impairment. Cognitive competence involves the agent's ability to understand relevant facts about their situation, recognize moral considerations, and engage in appropriate practical reasoning about how to act. Agents with severe intellectual disabilities, dementia, or psychotic disorders may have significantly impaired cognitive competence that reduces their responsibility for actions that would be clearly blameworthy if performed by cognitively normal agents. However, even severe cognitive impairments may not eliminate responsibility entirely if agents retain some capacity for moral understanding and behavioral control. The degree of responsibility should be calibrated to the agent's actual cognitive capacities rather than assuming either complete competence or complete incompetence. Volitional control represents another crucial dimension involving the agent's ability to regulate their behavior according to their judgments and values. Conditions like severe depression, anxiety disorders, addiction, and impulse control disorders can significantly impair volitional control while leaving cognitive competence largely intact. A person struggling with severe depression may understand that their withdrawal from relationships hurts others while feeling unable to engage in social interaction despite their best efforts. Similarly, someone with addiction may recognize the harmfulness of their substance use while finding it extremely difficult to abstain, despite genuine commitment to doing so. These cases suggest that responsibility requires not only cognitive understanding, but also sufficient capacity for self-regulation, and that impairments in volitional control should reduce responsibility even when cognitive competence remains intact. External pressures and constraints represent a third dimension that can affect degrees of responsibility by limiting the reasonable options available to agents or creating powerful incentives toward particular actions. Agents acting under extreme duress, economic necessity, or social pressure bear reduced responsibility for actions they would not have performed under normal circumstances. However, external pressures rarely eliminate responsibility completely unless they involve direct coercion or threats to fundamental interests like survival or the safety of loved ones. The degree to which external pressures reduce responsibility should depend on their severity, the availability of alternative courses of action, and the agent's reasonable capacity to resist them given their particular circumstances and character. This approach allows moral evaluation to remain sensitive to context while maintaining standards of reasonable expectation for human behavior under difficult conditions. Developmental considerations introduce temporal complexity into responsibility assessment by recognizing that moral agency emerges gradually through childhood and adolescence rather than appearing suddenly at some specific age. Young children clearly bear less responsibility for their actions than adults, but the transition involves gradual development of cognitive, emotional, and behavioral capacities rather than a sharp discontinuity. Adolescents may have adult-level cognitive abilities while still developing impulse control and emotional regulation, suggesting that their responsibility for risky or harmful behavior should be considered intermediate between childhood and adult levels. Similarly, elderly individuals experiencing mild cognitive decline may retain substantial but diminished responsibility that reflects their reduced but not eliminated capacities for moral agency. Developmental approaches to responsibility degrees thus require attention to the actual psychological capacities of agents at different life stages rather than relying on arbitrary age cutoffs or assumptions about universal competence. The social and cultural dimensions of moral agency add additional complexity to responsibility assessment by recognizing that agents develop and exercise their capacities within particular social contexts that can enhance or constrain moral agency in various ways. Agents raised in extremely deprived environments may have reduced opportunities to develop full moral capacities, while those with access to excellent education and social support may have enhanced capacities for moral reasoning and behaviour. Cultural differences in moral frameworks and social expectations may also affect responsibility assessment when agents from different backgrounds encounter moral conflicts or cross-cultural situations. However, cultural relativist approaches that eliminate universal standards of responsibility threaten to undermine the possibility of moral evaluation across different societies and contexts. The challenge lies in recognizing legitimate cultural variation while maintaining some universal core of moral agency that can ground cross-cultural moral assessment. Mental health conditions present particularly complex cases for degrees of responsibility because they can affect different aspects of moral agency in different ways and to different degrees. Major depression might primarily impair motivation and energy while leaving moral reasoning largely intact, suggesting that responsibility should be reduced but not eliminated for actions involving neglect of duties or withdrawal from relationships. Bipolar disorder during manic episodes might impair judgment and impulse control while enhancing confidence and energy, creating complex patterns of enhanced and diminished capacity that require careful individual assessment. Personality disorders may involve stable patterns of thinking and behavior that affect moral agency in ways that are difficult to categorize as either voluntary or involuntary. These conditions challenge simple distinctions between responsible and non-responsible behavior while requiring more nuanced approaches that consider the specific ways that mental health affects individual moral agency. The practical implementation of degrees theories faces significant challenges in developing reliable methods for assessing and comparing different levels of responsibility across diverse cases and contexts. Legal systems must translate philosophical insights about degrees of responsibility into practical procedures for sentencing, while educational institutions must apply similar insights to disciplinary policies and moral education. Mental health professionals and social workers must assess responsibility degrees in clinical and social service contexts, where accurate evaluation can significantly impact treatment decisions and client outcomes. These practical applications require developing assessment tools and training procedures that can reliably identify relevant factors and translate them into appropriate modifications of standard responsibility practices. Degrees theories also raise important questions about the aggregation and comparison of different factors that might enhance or diminish responsibility in individual cases. How should severe mental illness be weighed against voluntary intoxication when both contribute to harmful behavior? How should exceptional stress be balanced against special training or professional obligations that might increase responsibility expectations? These questions suggest that degrees of responsibility may not always reduce to simple numerical scales, but may require more complex qualitative judgments that consider the interaction between different factors affecting moral agency. The development of principled approaches to such complex cases remains an ongoing challenge for degrees theories of moral responsibility. Recent empirical research in psychology and neuroscience has provided new insights into the factors that affect moral agency and the development of moral capacities throughout the lifespan. Studies of moral development, cognitive control, emotional regulation, and social cognition offer increasingly detailed pictures of how moral agency emerges and can be impaired by various psychological and biological factors. This research provides empirical grounding for philosophical theories of degrees, while also revealing the complexity and variability of moral agency across individuals and contexts. The integration of philosophical analysis with empirical research on moral psychology promises to yield more accurate and practical approaches to assessing degrees of moral responsibility in diverse real-world contexts. Part 10. Punishment, Desert, and Forward-Looking Justifications. The justification of punishment represents one of the most practically urgent applications of theories about moral responsibility, since criminal justice systems around the world regularly impose severe deprivations of liberty, resources, and even life based on judgments about what wrongdoers deserve or what consequences will best serve social goals. Traditional retributivist theories argue that punishment is justified when wrongdoers deserve to suffer for their crimes, making punishment a matter of giving people what they have earned through their wrongful actions, rather than a tool for achieving beneficial consequences. This approach faces immediate challenges from hard determinist arguments that no one ultimately deserves punishment, because no one has ultimate control over their actions, as well as from practical concerns about whether desert-based punishment actually serves important social functions. Alternative consequentialist approaches justify punishment based on its effects in deterring future crime, incapacitating dangerous individuals, or rehabilitating offenders, but these approaches face their own challenges in explaining why punishment rather than other interventions is the appropriate response to wrongdoing. Classical retributivism, developed most systematically by philosophers like Immanuel Kant and more recently by Michael Moore and John Cottingham, holds that punishment is intrinsically good when it gives wrongdoers what they deserve, independent of any beneficial consequences it might produce. According to this view, the moral universe contains a kind of imbalance or debt created by wrongdoing that can only be rectified by imposing appropriate suffering on the wrongdoer. Kant argued that failing to punish criminals treats them as less than fully human by denying their status as responsible moral agents capable of earning punishment through their choices. The retributivist approach thus connects punishment directly to respect for human dignity and moral agency, arguing that both victims and offenders have rights to see justice done through appropriate punishment, regardless of its consequences for crime prevention or social welfare. Contemporary retributivists have developed more sophisticated versions that address various objections, while preserving the core insight that punishment can be intrinsically deserved rather than merely instrumentally valuable. Desert-based theories focus on the idea that wrongdoers forfeit certain rights or claims through their criminal actions, creating moral permission, or even obligation for society to impose burdens on them that would otherwise be impermissible. Fair play theories argue that criminals gain unfair advantages over law-abiding citizens by violating social rules that others follow, and that punishment restores fairness by removing these advantages or imposing compensating burdens. Expressive theories contend that punishment communicates important social messages about the wrongfulness of criminal behavior and the value of victims, serving essential functions in maintaining moral order and social solidarity. These approaches attempt to preserve retributivist insights while addressing concerns about the metaphysical commitments and practical implications of purely desert-based punishment. The challenge of moral luck creates particularly acute problems for retributivist theories, because punishment often depends heavily on factors beyond the offender's control. Two equally reckless drivers who engage in identical behavior may face vastly different penalties depending on whether their actions happen to result in serious injury or death. The unlucky driver who strikes a pedestrian receives much harsher punishment than the equally negligent driver who completes the same journey without incident. Yet the difference in their moral desert seems minimal compared to the difference in legal consequences. Some retributivists argue that this reflects appropriate moral evaluation because attempts and completed crimes differ in their moral significance, while others contend that punishment should focus primarily on the wrongdoer's intentions and character rather than on accidentally determined outcomes. The problem of moral luck thus forces retributivists to develop more nuanced theories about what exactly wrongdoers deserve and how external factors should influence punishment decisions. Hard determinist criticisms of retributive punishment focus on the claim that ultimate desert requires ultimate control over one's actions in a way that determinism makes impossible. If criminals' actions result from factors ultimately beyond their control, including genetics, upbringing, social circumstances, and immediate situational influences, then they do not deserve punishment any more than victims of natural disasters deserve their suffering. Dirk Perreboom and other hard determinists argue that retributive punishment based on ultimate desert is as inappropriate as punishing people for earthquakes or genetic diseases that cause harmful outcomes beyond anyone's control. This critique does not necessarily eliminate all justifications for punishment, but it does require shifting to forward-looking approaches that focus on preventing future harm rather than giving wrongdoers what they deserve for past actions. Consequentialist theories of punishment justify punitive practices based on their beneficial effects rather than on claims about desert or intrinsic justice. Deterrence theories argue that punishment prevents crime by creating costs that make criminal behavior less attractive to potential offenders, both by directly influencing the person being punished and by providing examples that influence others. Incapacitation theories focus on preventing future crimes by physically restraining or monitoring dangerous individuals who pose ongoing threats to public safety. Rehabilitation theories aim to reduce reoffending by addressing the psychological, social, and economic factors that contribute to criminal behavior and helping offenders develop skills and attitudes that support law-abiding lives. These approaches evaluate punishment practices based on their effectiveness in reducing crime and protecting society rather than on their relationship to moral desert or retributive justice. The utilitarian approach to punishment, developed most systematically by Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill, treats punishment as justified when it produces greater overall happiness or well-being than alternative responses to crime. This requires weighing the suffering imposed on offenders against the benefits achieved through crime prevention, victim satisfaction, and social security. Utilitarian theories can potentially justify very harsh punishments if they effectively deter serious crimes, but they can also require abandoning punishment altogether if alternative interventions would achieve better outcomes at lower social costs. The approach faces challenges in explaining why punishment, rather than other forms of behavior modification, should be the preferred response to crime, and in addressing concerns about the rights of both offenders and potential victims. Contemporary philosophers have developed hybrid theories that attempt to combine retributivist and consequentialist insights while avoiding the problems that affect pure versions of either approach. Limiting retributivism holds that desert sets upper bounds on permissible punishment, while consequences determine appropriate punishment within those bounds. According to this view, wrongdoers can deserve up to a certain level of punishment for their crimes, but society should impose only as much punishment as necessary to achieve important social goals like deterrence and incapacitation. This approach preserves retributivist concerns about not punishing people more than they deserve, while allowing consequentialist considerations to determine actual punishment levels based on their effectiveness in preventing crime. Communicative theories of punishment, developed by philosophers like Anthony Duff and Igor Primoratz, treat punishment as a form of moral communication between society and offenders, rather than as simple infliction of deserved suffering or behavior modification. According to these theories, appropriate punishment communicates social condemnation of criminal behavior while also expressing respect for offenders as moral agents capable of understanding and responding to moral reasons. The goal is not merely to make offenders suffer or to modify their behavior through incentives, but to engage them in moral dialogue that may lead to recognition of wrongdoing, acceptance of responsibility, and genuine moral reform. This approach requires that punishment be proportionate to the seriousness of crimes and delivered in ways that respect offenders' dignity and agency, while clearly expressing social values and expectations. Restorative justice approaches represent a significant departure from traditional punishment models by focusing primarily on repairing harm and restoring relationships rather than on inflicting suffering or modifying behavior. These approaches bring together victims, offenders, and community members to discuss the impact of crimes and develop agreements about how to address harm and prevent future wrongdoing. Restorative practices may include apologies, restitution, community service, and other measures designed to acknowledge wrongdoing while promoting healing and reconciliation. The approach emphasizes accountability and responsibility without necessarily requiring punishment in the traditional sense of intended suffering, making it potentially compatible with hard determinist critiques of retributive justice. The practical implementation of different punishment theories faces significant challenges in developing institutional arrangements that effectively serve the goals identified by philosophical analysis. Deterrence-based approaches require empirical research to determine which punishments actually prevent crime most effectively, while rehabilitation approaches need evidence-based programs that successfully reduce reoffending rates. Restorative justice practices must be adapted to different types of crimes and cultural contexts while maintaining focus on victim needs and community healing. These practical considerations suggest that philosophical theories of punishment must be integrated with empirical research on criminal behavior, victim experiences, and institutional effectiveness to develop policies that serve both moral and practical goals. The globalization of criminal justice and increasing international cooperation in addressing crime have also raised questions about whether different societies should adopt similar approaches to punishment, or whether cultural variation in punishment practices is legitimate and desirable. Some practices that seem appropriate in one cultural context may violate human rights standards or seem inappropriate in other contexts, requiring careful consideration of universal and relative elements in punishment theory and practice. The development of international criminal law and human rights standards reflects attempts to identify universal principles that should constrain punishment practices while allowing for legitimate cultural variation in their implementation. Part 11. Neuroscience, Free Will, and the Illusion of Conscious Control. The emergence of sophisticated neuroscientific methods for studying human decision-making has provided unprecedented insights into the biological mechanisms underlying moral choice, while simultaneously challenging traditional assumptions about the nature and efficacy of conscious will. Beginning with Benjamin Leibert's pioneering experiments in the 1980s, neuroscientists have accumulated evidence suggesting that many actions are initiated by unconscious brain processes that occur several hundred milliseconds before people report being aware of their intention to act. These findings raise profound questions about the relationship between conscious experience and behavioral control, potentially undermining common assumptions about the causal efficacy of conscious deliberation and choice that underlie many theories of moral responsibility. The neuroscientific challenge to free will thus represents not merely an abstract philosophical problem, but an empirical assault on our most basic beliefs about human agency and moral evaluation. Libet's original experiments involved participants performing simple voluntary movements like flexing their wrists, while researchers measured both brain activity using electroencephalography and the participants' reports of when they first became aware of their intention to move. The crucial finding was that a characteristic pattern of brain activity called the readiness potential began approximately 550 milliseconds before participants reported conscious awareness of their intention and 350 milliseconds before the actual movement occurred. This temporal sequence suggests that unconscious brain processes initiate action before conscious awareness of intention, challenging the common assumption that conscious decisions cause behavior rather than merely accompanying or following unconscious neural events that are the real causes of action. Libet himself proposed that conscious will might retain a veto function that could inhibit actions initiated unconsciously, but subsequent research has questioned whether even this limited role for consciousness is supported by the empirical evidence. Contemporary neuroscientists, using more sophisticated brain imaging techniques, have extended Libet's findings to more complex decisions and longer time periods, strengthening the challenge to conscious control. John Dylan Haynes and colleagues have used functional magnetic resonance imaging to predict participants' decisions in simple choice tasks up to 10 seconds before the participants report making conscious decisions. These studies suggest that the brain activity patterns that determine choices are established well before conscious awareness occurs, leaving little room for conscious deliberation to influence outcomes. While these experiments typically involve relatively arbitrary decisions with little moral significance, they raise important questions about whether similar unconscious determination might characterize more complex moral choices that seem to involve extensive conscious deliberation. The interpretation of neuroscientific findings about free will remains highly controversial, with philosophers and neuroscientists disagreeing about their implications for moral responsibility and human agency. Some researchers, like Michael Gazzaniga, argue that the evidence strongly supports the conclusion that free will is an illusion, and that conscious experience represents a post hoc narrative construction rather than genuine causal control over behavior. According to this view, the brain contains multiple subsystems that operate largely independently of conscious control, with consciousness serving primarily to create coherent stories about actions that have already been determined by unconscious processes. The feeling of making conscious choices reflects the brain's tendency to construct causal narratives that make sense of behavior rather than evidence of genuine conscious control over action. Other neuroscientists and philosophers argue that current experiments are too limited to support sweeping conclusions about the illusion of free will or the impossibility of moral responsibility. Alfred Mehle points out that Libet-style experiments typically involve arbitrary decisions that participants make in artificial laboratory conditions, and that the findings may not generalize to complex moral choices that involve substantial deliberation and consideration of competing values. The difference between flexing one's wrist at a random moment and deciding whether to help someone in need may be sufficiently great that the unconscious initiation found in simple motor tasks tells us little about the neural basis of morally significant choices. Additionally, the readiness potential and similar neural signals may represent preparation for possible action rather than irrevocable commitment to specific behaviors, leaving room for conscious control to influence whether prepared actions are actually executed. The philosophical implications of neuroscientific findings depend heavily on controversial assumptions about the relationship between conscious experience and moral agency that the empirical evidence cannot directly resolve. Even if conscious decisions do not initiate action in the direct way that introspection suggests, consciousness might still play important causal roles in shaping the unconscious processes that do control behavior. Conscious reflection on moral principles, deliberation about consequences, and emotional responses to moral scenarios may influence the development of unconscious decision-making systems in ways that preserve meaningful moral agency, even if moment-to-moment conscious control is more limited than commonly assumed. The question becomes whether moral responsibility requires conscious control over individual actions, or whether it is sufficient for consciousness to help shape the psychological systems that produce morally evaluable behavior. Recent research on cognitive control and executive function has revealed complex interactions between conscious and unconscious processes that complicate simple interpretations of neuroscientific findings about free will. Studies suggest that consciousness plays important roles in monitoring ongoing behavior, detecting conflicts between competing response tendencies, and recruiting additional cognitive resources when situations require effortful control. While consciousness may not directly initiate every action, it appears to serve crucial regulatory functions that can modulate and redirect behavior based on goals, values, and situational demands. These regulatory functions may be particularly important in moral contexts where people must override immediate impulses or self-interested motivations in order to act according to moral principles or concern for others' welfare. The neuroscience of moral decision-making has identified specific brain regions and networks that appear to be particularly important for moral cognition, including areas involved in emotional processing, theory of mind, and cognitive control. Damage to the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, for example, can dramatically alter moral judgment and behavior while leaving other cognitive abilities largely intact, suggesting that moral agency depends on the proper functioning of specific neural systems. These findings raise questions about the moral responsibility of individuals with brain injuries or neurological conditions that affect moral cognition, but they also provide insights into the biological basis of normal moral agency. The fact that moral behavior depends on particular brain mechanisms does not necessarily eliminate moral responsibility, but it does suggest that responsibility may be more variable and context-dependent than traditional theories assume. Psychiatric conditions that affect decision-making and impulse control provide natural experiments that illuminate the relationship between neuroscience and moral responsibility. Disorders like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, antisocial personality disorder, and addiction involve alterations in brain function that can significantly impact moral behavior while affecting different aspects of cognition and control in different ways. Some conditions primarily affect the ability to understand social and moral considerations, while others mainly impair the capacity to regulate behavior according to moral judgments. The variety of ways that brain dysfunction can affect moral agency suggests that moral responsibility may be best understood as depending on multiple separable capacities rather than on a single unified faculty of free will. The development of new neurotechnologies raises unprecedented questions about the relationship between brain intervention and moral responsibility. Deep brain stimulation, transcranial magnetic stimulation, and pharmaceutical interventions can alter mood, cognition, and behavior in ways that may affect moral agency, while potentially offering treatments for conditions that impair moral functioning. If such interventions can enhance moral behavior by improving emotional regulation or cognitive control, do they increase moral responsibility by improving moral capacity, or do they decrease responsibility by making moral behavior less authentic? Similarly, if interventions can temporarily impair moral judgment or impulse control, how should this affect legal and moral evaluation of actions performed under their influence? The implications of neuroscientific findings for legal and social policy remain hotly debated among scholars, practitioners, and policymakers. Some argue that evidence for the limited role of conscious control should lead to fundamental reforms in criminal justice systems that focus more on rehabilitation and public safety rather than on retributive punishment based on desert. Others contend that neuroscientific findings are not sufficiently developed or relevant to justify major changes in legal practices that have evolved to serve important social functions beyond simply tracking ultimate moral desert. The challenge lies in developing appropriate ways to integrate growing neuroscientific knowledge with legal and moral practices while avoiding both premature adoption of untested conclusions and stubborn resistance to genuine insights about human behavior. The future of neuroscientific research on free will and moral responsibility will likely involve increasingly sophisticated methods for studying real-world moral decisions rather than artificial laboratory tasks. Virtual reality environments, mobile brain imaging and other emerging technologies may allow researchers to study moral cognition in more naturalistic settings while maintaining experimental control and measurement precision. Integration of neuroscientific methods with other approaches, including behavioral economics, social psychology, and computational modeling, promises to yield increasingly comprehensive understanding of the mechanisms underlying moral agency and responsibility. These developments will continue to inform philosophical debates while raising new questions about the nature of moral agency in an age of advancing scientific understanding of the human brain. Part 12. Collective Responsibility and Group Agency. The moral evaluation of groups, institutions, and collective entities presents complex challenges that extend beyond individual moral responsibility while raising fundamental questions about the nature of agency and the proper scope of moral assessment. When corporations engage in environmentally destructive practices, governments implement unjust policies, or social movements promote harmful ideologies, we routinely hold these collective entities responsible in ways that seem to go beyond simply aggregating the responsibility of individual members. Yet, the metaphysical status of group agency remains deeply puzzling. Since groups lack the kinds of unified consciousness and decision-making processes that seem central to individual moral responsibility. The challenge lies in developing coherent theories of collective responsibility that can account for our practices of evaluating groups morally while avoiding problematic implications about group minds or collective consciousness that seem scientifically implausible. Contemporary philosophers have identified several distinct types of collective responsibility that involve different relationships between groups and their members. Moral responsibility as a group involves cases where groups function as genuine moral agents, with their own decision-making processes, values, and capacity for moral evaluation that goes beyond the mental states of individual members. Moral responsibility for a group involves cases where individuals bear responsibility for the actions or character of groups to which they belong, even when they did not directly participate in specific harmful actions. Shared moral responsibility involves cases where multiple individuals bear responsibility for outcomes that result from their collective actions, with each individual bearing partial rather than complete responsibility for the overall result. These distinctions help clarify different ways that moral responsibility can involve multiple agents while avoiding confusion between genuinely different phenomena. The possibility of genuine group agency depends on groups developing organized decision-making structures, shared values and goals, and institutional mechanisms that allow them to function as unified agents rather than mere collections of individuals. Philip Pettit and Christian List have argued that groups can qualify as genuine agents when they possess the capacity for representational states, motivational states, and rational processes that allow them to form beliefs, set goals, and choose actions based on reasons. Corporations with clear governance structures, decision-making procedures, and institutional policies may qualify as group agents in ways that informal social gatherings or statistical populations do not. The key insight is that group agency emerges from organizational structures rather than from mysterious group minds or collective consciousness that would violate naturalistic assumptions about the world. Large-scale institutions like governments, corporations, and universities provide paradigmatic examples of entities that may qualify for moral evaluation as unified agents rather than merely as collections of individuals. When a pharmaceutical company deliberately conceals evidence about dangerous side effects of its products, the decision typically emerges from complex institutional processes involving multiple individuals at different organizational levels. While particular executives, researchers, and marketing personnel bear individual responsibility for their contributions, the overall pattern of institutional behavior may reflect corporate values and decision-making processes that go beyond the intentions and choices of any individual members. The corporation as an entity may bear moral responsibility for promoting profits over public health in ways that individual employees might not fully understand or endorse. The temporal dimension of collective responsibility creates additional complexity because groups can persist and evolve over long periods while their membership changes substantially. Contemporary nations may bear some form of collective responsibility for historical injustices like slavery, genocide, or colonial exploitation, even though their current populations include many people whose ancestors were not involved in the original wrongdoing. The persistence of institutional structures, cultural patterns, and economic benefits from past injustices may create ongoing collective responsibility that extends beyond the individual responsibility of current members. However, the extent and nature of such responsibility remains controversial, particularly regarding questions about appropriate forms of acknowledgement, apology, and reparation for historical wrongs. Democratic societies face particular challenges in assigning collective responsibility because democratic institutions are designed to reflect the will of citizens, while individual citizens may have limited influence over collective decisions. When democratic governments engage in unjust wars, implement discriminatory policies, or fail to address urgent social problems, the extent to which ordinary citizens bear responsibility depends on complex questions about democratic participation, political knowledge, and individual efficacy. Citizens who vote for leaders who implement harmful policies bear some responsibility for those policies, but the degree of responsibility may depend on their level of political engagement, access to accurate information, and reasonable alternatives available to them. The challenge is particularly acute in cases where citizens disapprove of government actions but lack effective means to prevent or change them through normal democratic processes. Military organizations provide complex cases for collective responsibility because they involve structured hierarchies with clear command relationships while requiring individual soldiers to make moral decisions under extreme conditions. When military units commit war crimes or engage in other forms of wrongdoing, responsibility may be distributed among commanding officers who give orders, individual soldiers who carry them out, and institutional structures that train and deploy military personnel. The doctrine of superior orders provides some excuse for soldiers who obey clearly illegal commands, but it does not eliminate individual responsibility entirely, particularly when orders require actions that obviously violate moral and legal norms. The challenge lies in appropriately distributing responsibility among different levels of military hierarchy while maintaining standards of individual moral agency and institutional accountability. Corporate responsibility has become increasingly important as large corporations exercise significant influence over environmental, economic and social conditions while operating across multiple legal jurisdictions with varying regulatory standards. When corporations engage in practices that cause environmental damage, exploit workers, or deceive consumers, the question arises whether they bear moral responsibility as institutions independent of the legal and economic consequences they face. Corporate social responsibility movements argue that businesses have moral obligations that go beyond legal compliance and profit maximization, while critics contend that only individuals can bear genuine moral responsibility, and that corporate behavior should be regulated through legal and market mechanisms rather than moral evaluation. The debate reflects deeper questions about whether economic institutions should be subject to moral assessment or whether moral evaluation should be limited to individual agents within those institutions. Social movements and informal groups present particular challenges for collective responsibility because they may lack clear organizational structures while still promoting harmful or beneficial social changes. When social movements contribute to positive changes like civil rights advancement or environmental protection, the attribution of credit to the movement as a whole versus individual activists raises questions about how collective achievements should be evaluated morally. Similarly, when social movements promote harmful ideologies or engage in destructive actions, the question arises whether members bear responsibility for outcomes they may not have directly intended or foreseen. The loosely organized nature of many social movements complicates responsibility attribution, while the significant social impact of such movements makes moral evaluation practically important. Intergenerational collective responsibility involves cases where current group members bear some form of responsibility for the actions of previous generations, or for ongoing patterns of harm that began before their involvement. This type of responsibility is particularly relevant to issues like climate change, where current emissions contribute to ongoing environmental damage, while past emissions by previous generations created much of the current problem. Similarly, ongoing patterns of racial discrimination may involve current institutional practices that perpetuate historical injustices, while individual members of institutions may not have created the discriminatory patterns they now help maintain. The question becomes whether people can bear moral responsibility for being part of harmful collective patterns, even when they did not initiate those patterns and may be working to change them. The practical implications of collective responsibility theory affect many areas of law, policy and social organization, including corporate governance, criminal justice approaches to organized crime, international law regarding state responsibility, and social policies addressing historical injustices. Legal systems have developed various mechanisms for holding collective entities accountable, including corporate criminal liability, civil penalties for institutional wrongdoing, and international tribunals for addressing state-sponsored human rights violations. However, the relationship between legal and moral collective responsibility remains complex, with legal practices often serving practical functions that may not directly track moral desert or collective agency. The challenge lies in developing institutional mechanisms that appropriately recognize collective responsibility while preserving individual rights and maintaining practical effectiveness in addressing collective harms. Recent developments in social psychology and organizational behavior have provided empirical insights into how groups make decisions and develop shared values that may inform philosophical theories of collective responsibility. Research on phenomena like groupthink, diffusion of responsibility, and organizational culture reveals how group processes can influence individual behavior while creating patterns of collective action that may not reflect the intentions or values of individual members. These findings suggest that collective responsibility may emerge from complex interactions between individual psychology and social structures rather than from simple aggregation of individual choices or from mysterious group minds. The integration of philosophical analysis with empirical research on group behavior promises to yield more accurate and practically useful theories of collective moral responsibility. Part 13. Cross-cultural perspectives on responsibility and agency. The study of moral responsibility across different cultural traditions reveals striking variations in how societies understand human agency, moral evaluation, and the proper scope of praise and blame, challenging assumptions about the universality of Western philosophical approaches while providing insights into alternative ways of conceptualizing moral life. Eastern philosophical traditions, including Buddhism, Hinduism, Confucianism, and Taoism, have developed sophisticated theories of moral responsibility that often emphasize different aspects of human nature and social relationships than those prominent in Western thought. These traditions may focus more heavily on character development, social harmony, karmic consequences, or contextual factors in moral evaluation, while placing less emphasis on individual autonomy and ultimate desert that characterize many Western approaches. The exploration of cross-cultural perspectives on responsibility thus serves not only to broaden our understanding of human moral diversity, but also to illuminate assumptions and limitations in dominant philosophical frameworks that may not be universal or necessary features of moral thinking. Buddhist philosophy offers a particularly sophisticated analysis of moral responsibility that challenges Western assumptions about the nature of personal identity and individual agency. The Buddhist doctrine of anatta, or no-self, holds that what we conventionally regard as persons are actually collections of impermanent physical and mental processes with no enduring substantial core that could serve as the ultimate subject of moral evaluation. This view suggests that moral responsibility cannot be grounded in the actions of persistent individual agents because no such agents exist in ultimate reality. However, Buddhist ethics maintains robust practices of moral evaluation based on the consequences of actions for suffering and liberation, suggesting that moral responsibility may be compatible with metaphysical views that reject substantial personal identity over time. The Buddhist approach thus provides a model for maintaining moral practices while rejecting metaphysical assumptions about agency that many Western philosophers consider necessary for responsibility. The Buddhist concept of karma provides an alternative framework for understanding moral responsibility that emphasizes the natural consequences of actions rather than punishment or reward administered by external authorities. According to karmic theory, moral and immoral actions naturally produce consequences for the agent through causal mechanisms that operate across lifetimes, ensuring that wrongdoing eventually results in suffering for the wrongdoer, while virtuous actions lead to beneficial outcomes. This approach eliminates many problems associated with moral luck, because karmic consequences depend on intentions and character rather than on accidental outcomes. And it addresses concerns about ultimate desert by providing mechanisms through which people can be considered ultimately responsible for their circumstances across multiple lifetimes. However, karmic theory faces its own challenges, including questions about the empirical plausibility of rebirth and the apparent unfairness of current suffering being attributed to past life actions that cannot be remembered or verified. Confucian philosophy emphasizes social relationships and role-based obligations in ways that provide alternatives to Western individualistic approaches to moral responsibility. Rather than focusing primarily on individual autonomy and personal desert, Confucian ethics emphasizes the development of virtue through fulfilling social roles and maintaining harmonious relationships within families, communities, and political institutions. Moral evaluation focuses heavily on whether people appropriately fulfill their obligations as parents, children, citizens, and social members, rather than on whether they possess ultimate control over their actions. This approach suggests that moral responsibility may be primarily social and relational, rather than metaphysical and individual, with people bearing responsibility for maintaining their relationships and social positions, rather than for being ultimate authors of their actions. The Confucian emphasis on moral education and character development also provides resources for understanding responsibility as gradually acquired through social interaction rather than as an inherent property of rational agents. Islamic philosophy has developed sophisticated discussions of moral responsibility that address many of the same issues prominent in Western thought while incorporating distinctive theological and metaphysical commitments. The tension between divine sovereignty and human responsibility represents a central challenge in Islamic thought, with different schools developing various approaches to reconciling belief in an omniscient and omnipotent God with practices of moral evaluation and divine judgment. Some Islamic philosophers have developed compatibilist theories that allow human responsibility to coexist with divine determination, while others have embraced more libertarian approaches that limit divine control in order to preserve human freedom. The rich tradition of Islamic legal and ethical thought provides detailed analyses of factors that can increase or diminish moral responsibility, including mental illness, coercion, ignorance, and social pressure that parallel but sometimes differ from Western approaches to similar issues. African philosophical traditions offer distinctive perspectives on moral responsibility that emphasize communal values and collective identity in ways that challenge individualistic assumptions common in Western thought. The Ubuntu philosophy, prominent in Southern African cultures, expresses the idea that persons become fully human through their relationships with others, suggesting that individual identity and moral agency are fundamentally social phenomena rather than properties of isolated individuals. This perspective implies that moral responsibility may be distributed across communities rather than concentrated in individuals, with people bearing responsibility for contributing to communal well-being and social harmony rather than simply for their individual actions and intentions. The Ubuntu approach also emphasizes restorative rather than retributive responses to wrongdoing, focusing on healing relationships and restoring social balance rather than on punishing wrongdoers based on individual desert. Indigenous philosophical traditions from various parts of the world often emphasize the interconnectedness of human beings with natural environments and non-human entities in ways that expand the scope of moral consideration and responsibility. Many Native American philosophical traditions view humans as part of larger webs of relationships that include animals, plants, natural forces, and spiritual entities, creating obligations to maintain balance and harmony with the natural world. This perspective may extend moral responsibility beyond actions affecting other humans to include environmental stewardship and respect for non-human life in ways that are not prominent in traditional Western moral philosophy. The emphasis on long-term consequences and intergenerational responsibility in many indigenous traditions also provides resources for addressing contemporary environmental and social challenges that require thinking beyond immediate individual interests. Contemporary philosophical engagement with non-Western traditions has revealed both significant differences and surprising convergences in how different cultures approach questions of moral responsibility. While the specific metaphysical commitments and practical applications vary substantially across traditions, most cultures maintain some form of moral evaluation and accountability practices, suggesting that moral responsibility in some form may be a universal feature of human social life. However, the variations in how responsibility is understood and applied suggest that many features of Western approaches that philosophers have considered necessary or obvious may be culturally specific and potentially dispensable. This cross-cultural perspective encourages philosophical humility and openness to alternative approaches while providing resources for developing more inclusive and culturally sensitive theories of moral responsibility. The globalization of moral and legal practices has created new challenges and opportunities for integrating insights from different cultural traditions while maintaining respect for cultural diversity and local autonomy. International human rights frameworks attempt to identify universal moral principles while allowing for cultural variation in their implementation. But this approach faces ongoing challenges in balancing universality with cultural sensitivity. Similarly, international criminal law must develop approaches to individual and collective responsibility that can function across different legal and cultural systems while maintaining legitimacy and effectiveness. The cross-cultural study of moral responsibility thus has practical implications for developing more inclusive and culturally responsive approaches to global moral and legal challenges. Empirical research in cultural psychology and anthropology has provided increasing evidence for both universal and culturally variable aspects of moral cognition and responsibility attribution. Studies suggest that some basic moral intuitions about harm, fairness, and reciprocity may be universal features of human psychology, while more complex aspects of moral reasoning and responsibility attribution show significant cultural variation. This research supports philosophical approaches that recognize both universal and culturally relative dimensions of moral responsibility, while providing empirical grounding for theoretical debates about the nature and scope of moral evaluation. The integration of philosophical analysis with empirical research on cultural variation promises to yield more accurate and comprehensive understanding of moral responsibility as both a universal human phenomenon and a culturally variable social practice. The encounter with diverse cultural approaches to moral responsibility also raises important questions about philosophical methodology and the proper relationship between descriptive and normative approaches to moral theorizing. Should philosophical theories of moral responsibility aim to systematize and refine existing cultural practices, or should they provide independent critical standards for evaluating and potentially reforming those practices? How should philosophers balance respect for cultural diversity with commitment to universal moral principles and critical evaluation of harmful practices? These methodological questions suggest that cross-cultural engagement with moral responsibility requires not only substantive theoretical work, but also careful reflection on the goals and methods of moral philosophy itself. Part 14. Moral responsibility in extreme situations. Extreme situations involving life-threatening danger, severe deprivation, overwhelming social pressure, or complete breakdown of normal social institutions create unique challenges for moral evaluation that test the limits of ordinary theories of moral responsibility. When people face immediate threats to survival, impossible moral dilemmas, or circumstances that eliminate most normal options for moral action, questions arise about whether standard criteria for responsibility remain applicable or whether extreme conditions require modified approaches to moral evaluation. Historical examples, including wartime atrocities, survival scenarios, totalitarian regimes, and natural disasters, reveal how extreme circumstances can both reveal admirable moral courage and lead to moral failures that seem difficult to judge by ordinary standards. The philosophical challenge lies in developing approaches to moral responsibility that can account for the ways that extreme situations affect human agency, while maintaining meaningful standards for moral evaluation when they are most urgently needed. Wartime conditions provide paradigmatic examples of extreme situations that simultaneously create opportunities for moral heroism and pressures toward moral compromise or failure. The Holocaust and other genocidal atrocities raise profound questions about the moral responsibility of perpetrators, bystanders, and victims under conditions of extreme social pressure and institutional breakdown. Ordinary citizens who participated in or failed to resist systematic murder face choices between personal safety and moral principle under circumstances that most people never encounter and can barely imagine. While some individuals demonstrated extraordinary moral courage by risking their lives to help victims, others became complicit in atrocities through a combination of fear, conformity, and gradual moral corruption that challenges simple judgments about individual responsibility. The question becomes whether people can be held fully responsible for moral failures under conditions that would likely compromise the moral behavior of most ordinary individuals. Stanley Milgram's famous obedience experiments provide controlled evidence about how situational pressures can influence moral behavior in ways that challenge individual responsibility attributions. Participants who were instructed by an authority figure to administer apparently dangerous electric shocks to other participants showed surprisingly high rates of compliance despite obvious moral objections to causing harm. While the experimental situation was artificial and less extreme than real-world atrocities, the findings suggest that ordinary people may be much more susceptible to situational influences on moral behavior than commonly assumed. This research raises questions about whether individual character traits and moral principles provide sufficient foundation for moral responsibility, or whether situational factors must be given greater weight in moral evaluation. The implications extend beyond experimental settings to real-world contexts, where people face pressure from employers, governments, or social groups to engage in questionable or harmful behavior. Survival situations create moral dilemmas where basic human needs conflict with moral principles in ways that may excuse or justify actions that would be clearly wrong under normal circumstances. The famous case of the Donner Party, where travelers stranded in the mountains during winter resorted to cannibalism to survive, raises questions about whether extreme necessity can justify actions that violate fundamental moral taboos. Similarly, Lifeboat scenarios where limited resources force choices about who will live or die, challenge ordinary principles of equality and respect for persons. Legal systems recognize necessity as a potential defense for otherwise criminal actions, but the boundaries of such defenses remain controversial, and the moral evaluation of survival-motivated behavior may differ from legal evaluation. The question is whether moral principles should be understood as absolute constraints that apply regardless of consequences, or as guidelines that may be overridden when basic human needs are at stake. Totalitarian political systems create systematic pressures toward moral compromise by making survival and basic welfare dependent on cooperation with unjust institutions while severely punishing moral resistance. Citizens living under such regimes face ongoing conflicts between moral principles and practical necessity that can gradually erode moral sensibility and corrupt character over time. The moral evaluation of collaboration with unjust regimes must consider both the external pressures that make resistance extremely costly and the internal processes through which people adapt to morally compromised situations. Some individuals maintain moral integrity despite severe personal costs, while others become willing participants in institutional wrongdoing through processes of rationalization and gradual habituation to moral compromise. The challenge lies in appropriately balancing recognition of legitimate pressures toward collaboration with maintenance of standards that preserve moral evaluation and encourage resistance when possible. Child soldiers and other minors who commit serious crimes under extreme conditions present particularly complex cases for moral responsibility because they combine developmental limitations with exposure to extreme pressures and traumatic experiences. Children recruited into armed groups may commit terrible violence while lacking the cognitive and emotional development that normally grounds full moral responsibility. Their actions may result from a combination of coercion, indoctrination, psychological manipulation, and adaptive responses to traumatic circumstances that significantly compromise their capacity for moral agency. Yet treating child soldiers as completely non-responsible may fail to acknowledge their victimization, while also potentially undermining efforts at reconciliation and reintegration in post-conflict societies. The appropriate response may involve modified forms of responsibility that recognize diminished capacity while still maintaining accountability and opportunities for moral education and character development. Natural disasters and emergency situations can reveal both moral heroism and moral failure, while creating conditions that test ordinary moral principles and social institutions. During Hurricane Katrina, some individuals risked their lives to help strangers, while others engaged in looting and violence that took advantage of social breakdown and reduced law enforcement. The extreme conditions created both opportunities for extraordinary altruism and temptations toward antisocial behavior that revealed aspects of human nature not normally visible under ordinary circumstances. The moral evaluation of behavior during disasters must consider both the extraordinary pressures and opportunities created by emergency conditions, and the way that such conditions can bring out either the best or worst aspects of human character. The challenge is distinguishing between behavior that reflects temporary responses to extreme stress and behavior that reveals deeper aspects of moral character that deserve praise or blame. Medical triage situations create moral dilemmas where healthcare providers must make life and death decisions under conditions of limited resources and extreme time pressure. During pandemic conditions or mass casualty events, medical professionals may be forced to choose which patients receive life-saving treatment based on factors like likelihood of survival, remaining life expectancy, and social utility. These decisions involve life and death consequences, while requiring rapid judgments based on incomplete information under conditions of extreme stress and emotional pressure. The moral evaluation of triage decisions must consider both the impossible nature of the choices involved and the professional obligations and training that should guide medical decision-making under extreme conditions. The development of ethical guidelines for triage situations represents an attempt to provide moral framework for decisions that must be made under conditions that eliminate ideal moral solutions. Extreme poverty and social deprivation create ongoing conditions that may compromise moral agency by limiting options and creating pressures toward behavior that would be clearly wrong under conditions of greater security and opportunity. When people lack access to basic necessities like food, shelter, healthcare, and education, they may engage in illegal or harmful activities as survival strategies rather than as expressions of moral character. The moral evaluation of such behavior must consider both the constraining effects of extreme deprivation and the way that social conditions can systematically undermine the development of moral capacities and opportunities for moral action. This raises broader questions about social responsibility for creating conditions that support moral agency, and the extent to which individual moral responsibility depends on social arrangements that provide adequate opportunities for moral development and action. Post-traumatic stress and other psychological responses to extreme experiences can significantly affect moral agency by altering cognitive and emotional functioning in ways that persist long after the extreme situation has ended. Veterans returning from combat, survivors of violent crime or abuse, and others who have experienced severe trauma may show lasting changes in moral judgment, emotional regulation, and behavioral control that affect their capacity for moral agency. The moral evaluation of actions by trauma survivors must consider both the lasting effects of extreme experiences and the possibility of recovery and moral growth through appropriate treatment and support. This connects extreme situation ethics to broader questions about mental health and moral responsibility, while highlighting the importance of social support for moral recovery and development. The study of moral behavior in extreme situations has important implications for moral education, institutional design, and social policy, by revealing both the fragility and resilience of moral agency under pressure. Understanding how extreme conditions affect moral behavior can inform efforts to prepare people for moral challenges, design institutions that support moral action under difficult conditions, and create social arrangements that minimize the occurrence of extreme situations that compromise moral agency. The goal is not to excuse moral failure under extreme conditions, but to develop more realistic and effective approaches to supporting moral behavior when it is most difficult and most important. Part 15. Moral Development and Responsibility Across the Lifespan. The gradual emergence of moral agency through childhood and its potential decline in old age raises fundamental questions about when and to what extent people become and remain capable of full moral responsibility. Rather than treating moral responsibility as a fixed property that people either possess or lack completely, developmental approaches recognize that the capacities underlying moral agency emerge gradually through complex interactions between biological maturation, social learning, and environmental support. This perspective suggests that moral responsibility itself should be understood as a developmental achievement that can be enhanced or impaired by various factors throughout the human lifespan, rather than as an innate capacity that automatically appears at a certain age. The challenge lies in developing theories that can track these developmental changes while providing practical guidance for legal, educational and social institutions that must make decisions about appropriate expectations and consequences for people at different life stages. Early childhood represents a period when the basic capacities for moral agency are beginning to emerge, but remain significantly limited compared to adult capabilities. Young children show early signs of moral understanding, including emotional responses to harm, basic concepts of fairness, and rudimentary abilities to understand others' mental states, but they lack the cognitive sophistication and emotional regulation that characterize mature moral agency. Piaget's pioneering research on moral development revealed systematic changes in how children understand rules, justice and responsibility as they develop more sophisticated cognitive abilities and social understanding. Very young children may understand moral rules as fixed external constraints imposed by authorities, while older children and adolescents develop more flexible and principled approaches to moral reasoning that can consider intentions, circumstances, and competing moral considerations. These developmental changes suggest that moral responsibility should be calibrated to children's actual capacities rather than treating them as either fully responsible or completely non-responsible. Lawrence Kohlberg's influential stage theory of moral development identified systematic progressions in moral reasoning from early childhood through adulthood that suggest different levels of moral sophistication and responsibility. According to Kohlberg, moral reasoning develops through stages from pre-conventional morality, focused on avoiding punishment and gaining rewards, through conventional morality focused on social approval and rule-following, to post-conventional morality based on universal ethical principles. While Kohlberg's specific stage model has been criticized for cultural bias and empirical limitations, the general insight that moral reasoning develops through predictable patterns has influenced educational practices and legal policies regarding youth responsibility. The theory suggests that young people may be capable of moral reasoning and responsibility at their developmental level while not yet possessing the sophisticated moral capacities that characterize fully mature moral agency. Adolescence represents a particularly complex period for moral responsibility because teenagers often possess adult-level cognitive abilities while still developing emotional regulation, impulse control, and long-term planning capacities. Neuroscientific research has revealed that brain regions responsible for cognitive control and decision-making continue developing well into the 20s, suggesting that adolescent behavior may be influenced by biological factors that limit their capacity for mature moral judgment. Yet adolescents are clearly capable of sophisticated moral reasoning and often demonstrate strong moral commitments and principled behavior that rivals or exceeds adult performance. The challenge lies in recognizing both the genuine moral capacities that adolescents possess and the developmental limitations that may affect their behavior in emotionally charged or socially pressured situations. Legal systems have struggled with this complexity by developing separate juvenile justice systems that recognize diminished responsibility while maintaining accountability for serious wrongdoing. The development of moral emotions like guilt, shame, empathy, and moral anger represents another crucial dimension of moral development that affects the capacity for moral responsibility. Young children show basic emotional responses to moral situations, but the sophisticated moral emotions that motivate and regulate adult moral behavior develop gradually through social interaction and cognitive maturation. The capacity to feel appropriate guilt for wrongdoing, empathy for others' suffering, and moral outrage at injustice depends on developing abilities to understand others' mental states, appreciate the consequences of actions, and integrate emotional responses with moral judgments. Individuals who fail to develop normal moral emotions due to genetic factors, brain injury, or severe environmental deprivation may have significantly compromised moral agency, even if their cognitive abilities appear normal. This suggests that moral responsibility depends on emotional as well as cognitive development and may be impaired when either domain fails to develop normally. Social and cultural factors play crucial roles in moral development by providing the contexts within which moral capacities are exercised and refined throughout development. Children who grow up in environments that provide clear moral guidance, opportunities to practice moral reasoning, and positive role models for moral behavior are more likely to develop robust moral agency than those who lack such developmental support. Conversely, children exposed to violence, neglect, inconsistent moral messages, or antisocial role models may have impaired moral development that affects their capacity for moral responsibility throughout life. This raises important questions about social responsibility for providing developmental conditions that support moral agency, and about how moral evaluation should take into account the quality of moral education and support that individuals receive. The recognition that moral development depends heavily on social factors suggests that moral responsibility is partially a social achievement rather than purely an individual accomplishment. Aging and cognitive decline present challenges for moral responsibility at the other end of the lifespan, as people may experience gradual deterioration in the cognitive and emotional capacities that support moral agency. Conditions like dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and other forms of cognitive decline can significantly impair moral judgment, impulse control, and behavioral regulation while affecting different individuals in different ways and to different degrees. The moral evaluation of behavior by cognitively impaired elderly individuals must consider both their remaining capacities for moral agency and the extent to which their behavior reflects cognitive impairment rather than moral choice. This requires developing nuanced approaches that maintain respect for elderly individuals as moral agents while acknowledging the real limitations that cognitive decline can impose on moral capacity. The challenge is particularly acute in cases where cognitive decline is gradual and inconsistent, making it difficult to determine when someone's moral agency is sufficiently impaired to warrant modified expectations and evaluations. Trauma and adverse life experiences can significantly impact moral development and ongoing moral capacity in ways that affect responsibility attribution throughout the lifespan. Children who experience severe abuse, neglect, or exposure to violence may have disrupted moral development that affects their capacity for empathy, emotional regulation, and social relationships in ways that persist into adulthood. Similarly, adults who experience severe trauma may show lasting changes in moral judgment and behavior that reflect psychological injury rather than moral character. The moral evaluation of individuals with trauma histories must consider both the ways that adverse experiences can compromise moral agency and the possibility of recovery and moral growth through appropriate treatment and support. This perspective suggests that moral responsibility may be more dynamic and context-dependent than theories that treat it as a stable individual property. Educational and therapeutic interventions can potentially enhance moral development and restore moral capacity in individuals whose moral agency has been compromised by various factors. Moral education programs, cognitive behavioral therapy, social skills training, and other interventions may help individuals develop or recover capacities for moral reasoning, emotional regulation, and prosocial behavior. The existence of such interventions raises questions about social obligations to provide support for moral development and recovery, as well as about how the availability of such interventions should affect moral evaluation of individuals who could benefit from them. If moral agency can be enhanced through intervention, this may increase expectations for moral behaviour while also providing alternatives to purely punitive responses to moral failure. The recognition that moral responsibility develops and changes throughout the lifespan has important implications for legal and social institutions that must make practical decisions about appropriate expectations and consequences for people at different developmental stages. Criminal justice systems must balance recognition of developmental limitations with maintenance of accountability and public safety, while educational institutions must provide appropriate moral guidance and consequences that support continued moral development. These practical applications require translating developmental insights into institutional policies and practices while maintaining coherent and fair approaches to moral evaluation across different contexts and populations. The challenge lies in developing institutional frameworks that are both developmentally informed and practically effective in supporting moral agency and accountability throughout the human lifespan. Part 16. Personal Identity, Psychological Continuity and Responsibility. The relationship between moral responsibility and personal identity over time presents fundamental challenges for moral evaluation when people undergo significant psychological changes that may affect their status as the same person who performed past actions. If moral responsibility requires that the person being held responsible is literally the same individual who committed the action in question, then dramatic personality changes, memory loss, mental illness or normal psychological development might disrupt the identity connections necessary for responsibility attribution. This problem becomes particularly acute in cases involving childhood actions evaluated years later, severe mental illness that transforms personality and values, or memory disorders that eliminate connections between past and present selves. The challenge lies in developing accounts of personal identity that can support practices of moral responsibility while acknowledging the real psychological changes that people undergo throughout their lives. Philosophical theories of personal identity offer different approaches to understanding what makes someone the same person over time, with significantly different implications for moral responsibility. Physical continuity theories hold that personal identity consists in the continuity of the same human body or brain, suggesting that people remain the same individuals as long as their physical substance persists, regardless of psychological changes. According to this view, a person who develops severe dementia remains the same individual who performed past actions and can appropriately be held responsible for them despite dramatic psychological changes. However, physical continuity theories face challenges in explaining why bodily persistence should matter for moral evaluation when the psychological capacities that seem relevant to moral agency may be completely altered or destroyed. The theory also raises puzzles about cases involving brain transplants, gradual replacement of brain tissue, or other scenarios where physical and psychological continuity might come apart. Psychological continuity theories argue that personal identity consists in connections between mental states over time, including memories, personality traits, values, beliefs, and other psychological properties. John Locke's influential memory theory held that personal identity consists in the ability to remember past experiences as one's own, suggesting that people are responsible only for actions they can remember performing. Contemporary psychological theories typically require broader forms of psychological connection, including continuity of personality, values, and other mental characteristics, rather than relying solely on memory. These approaches suggest that significant psychological changes might indeed disrupt personal identity in ways that affect moral responsibility, making it inappropriate to hold people responsible for actions performed by psychologically discontinuous earlier selves. However, psychological theories face challenges in specifying exactly how much psychological change is needed to disrupt identity and in dealing with cases where psychological connections are gradual and partial rather than clearly present or absent. Derek Parfit's influential critique of personal identity argued that the question of whether someone is the same person over time often lacks determinate answers and that moral responsibility should focus on more specific psychological connections rather than on metaphysical identity. According to Parfit, cases involving gradual psychological change or division of psychological connections may not have clear answers about personal identity, but this does not undermine moral evaluation if we focus on the actual psychological connections that exist between past actions and present individuals. A person might bear some degree of responsibility for past actions based on the extent of psychological connections without needing to resolve whether they are literally the same person who performed those actions. This approach suggests that responsibility attribution should be more graduated and context-sensitive than approaches that depend on all-or-nothing judgments about personal identity. Multiple personality disorder, now known as dissociative identity disorder, presents extreme cases where individuals appear to possess several distinct personalities or identities with different memories, values, and behavioral patterns. When individuals with this condition commit crimes or harmful actions while in one personality state, questions arise about whether their other personality states can appropriately be held responsible for those actions. Some legal systems have struggled with cases where defendants claim that crimes were committed by alternative personalities that they cannot remember or control, raising fundamental questions about the unity of agency required for moral responsibility. While dissociative identity disorder is controversial, and its exact nature remains disputed, it illustrates broader questions about how psychological discontinuity might affect responsibility attribution in less extreme cases. Severe mental illness can create dramatic changes in personality, values, and behavior that raise questions about psychological continuity and moral responsibility. Individuals experiencing psychotic episodes may hold delusional beliefs and experience hallucinations that significantly alter their understanding of reality and moral judgment. When such individuals commit harmful actions during psychotic episodes, the question arises whether they should be held responsible as the same persons who held different values and beliefs during periods of mental health. Some theories suggest that severe mental illness creates temporary disruptions in personal identity that excuse individuals from responsibility for actions performed during acute episodes, while other approaches argue that psychological continuity is maintained despite altered mental states. The practical resolution of such cases often involves judgments about competency and diminished capacity, rather than explicit theories of personal identity. Childhood development creates natural examples of significant psychological change that challenge simple approaches to personal identity and responsibility. Adults bear little resemblance to their childhood selves in terms of cognitive abilities, personality traits, moral understanding, and life experience, raising questions about whether they can appropriately be held responsible for childhood actions. Legal systems typically recognize statute of limitations for childhood offences and provide special procedures for juvenile crime that acknowledge developmental changes without completely eliminating responsibility connections. However, The theoretical basis for these practices remains unclear, and extreme cases involving very serious childhood crimes continue to generate controversy about appropriate responses that balance developmental considerations with accountability and public safety. Addiction and recovery present complex cases where individuals may undergo significant value changes that affect their relationship to past actions performed while addicted. People in recovery from addiction often report feeling like different persons than they were during active addiction, with different priorities, relationships, and moral commitments. Yet they typically acknowledge responsibility for harmful actions performed while addicted, while also viewing their addicted selves as psychologically continuous with their recovered selves. This suggests that personal identity and moral responsibility may be more complex and context-dependent than simple psychological continuity theories suggest, allowing for both acknowledgement of psychological change and maintenance of responsibility connections. Gradual personality change through normal aging, life experience, and deliberate self-improvement raises questions about how much psychological change is compatible with continued personal identity and moral responsibility. People naturally change their values, beliefs, and personality traits throughout their lives through education, experience, and conscious effort. Yet we typically consider them the same persons responsible for their past actions. This suggests that personal identity may be compatible with substantial psychological change, as long as the changes occur gradually and through processes that maintain some form of psychological connection between past and present selves. The challenge lies in specifying what kinds of psychological connections are necessary for personal identity and responsibility, while allowing for the psychological growth and change that characterize normal human development. Recent neuroscientific research on brain plasticity and the neural basis of personality has provided new insights into the biological mechanisms underlying psychological continuity and change. Studies of brain injury, psychiatric treatment, and normal development revealed that both psychological continuity and dramatic psychological change are possible depending on which brain systems are affected and how. This research may inform philosophical theories of personal identity by providing empirical information about the conditions under which psychological connections are maintained or disrupted. However, the relationship between neural and psychological levels of description remains complex, and empirical findings cannot directly resolve normative questions about when responsibility attribution is appropriate. The practical implications of personal identity theories for legal and moral institutions include questions about statute of limitations, competency evaluation, treatment of juvenile offenders, and responses to individuals with mental illness or cognitive impairment. These institutions must make practical decisions about responsibility attribution that reflect some implicit theory of personal identity while serving important social functions, including accountability, deterrence, rehabilitation, and public safety. The challenge lies in developing approaches that are both theoretically informed and practically effective in addressing the complex cases that arise when psychological continuity is partial or unclear. This may require accepting some degree of indeterminacy in responsibility attribution while developing institutional mechanisms that can function effectively despite theoretical uncertainties about personal identity. Part 17. Moral emotions, character, and the psychology of responsibility. The role of moral emotions in grounding and expressing moral responsibility represents a crucial dimension of moral life that connects individual psychology with social practices of praise and blame. Emotions like guilt, shame, pride, resentment, indignation, and compassion serve not merely as psychological accompaniments to moral judgment, but as constitutive elements of moral agency that help motivate moral behavior, guide moral evaluation, and sustain moral relationships. Understanding how these emotions function in moral psychology illuminates both the nature of moral responsibility and the conditions under which people develop and maintain the capacity for moral agency. The challenge lies in distinguishing between moral emotions that appropriately track moral responsibility and emotional responses that may distort or undermine accurate moral evaluation while preserving the essential motivational and social functions that emotions serve in moral life. Guilt represents perhaps the most fundamental moral emotion for understanding individual moral responsibility, because it involves self-directed negative evaluation in response to recognition of one's own wrongdoing. When people feel genuine guilt, they typically acknowledge that they have violated moral standards, accept responsibility for their actions, and experience motivation to make amends or avoid similar wrongdoing in the future. Guilt thus serves both self-regulatory functions by encouraging moral behavior and social functions by signaling accountability and concern for moral standards to others. However, guilt can also be problematic when it is excessive, misplaced, or manipulated by others in ways that undermine rather than support appropriate moral agency. The challenge lies in distinguishing between guilt that appropriately tracks moral responsibility and guilt that reflects psychological dysfunction, social manipulation, or distorted moral understanding. Shame differs from guilt in important ways that affect its relationship to moral responsibility and character development. While guilt focuses on specific actions and motivates repair and improvement, shame involves global negative evaluation of the self that can be paralyzing and destructive rather than motivating positive change. Some psychologists argue that shame is generally harmful to moral development because it attacks personal worth rather than encouraging better behavior, while others contend that appropriate shame can serve important functions in motivating conformity to social norms and maintaining relationships. The distinction between productive and destructive forms of shame may depend on whether shame motivates constructive behavior change or simply creates self-hatred and withdrawal from moral relationships. Understanding this distinction is crucial for developing approaches to moral education and responsibility that promote healthy moral development rather than psychological harm. Pride in moral achievement represents the positive counterpart to guilt and shame that can motivate continued moral behavior while potentially creating risks of moral complacency or superiority. Appropriate moral pride involves satisfaction with living up to moral standards and contributing to the welfare of others, but it can become problematic when it leads to self-righteousness, condescension toward others, or reduced motivation for continued moral effort. The challenge lies in maintaining motivation and self-respect for moral achievement, while avoiding the psychological and social problems that can result from excessive moral pride. This balance may require understanding moral achievement as partially dependent on fortunate circumstances and social support, rather than as purely individual accomplishment deserving unlimited pride. Empathy and compassion serve crucial roles in moral motivation by helping people understand and care about the welfare of others in ways that motivate moral behavior and guide moral judgment. The capacity to recognize and respond emotionally to others' suffering, needs and interests appears essential for developing and maintaining concern for moral considerations that extend beyond immediate self-interest. However, Empathy can also be biased, selective and manipulable in ways that lead to partial or distorted moral judgment that favours some people over others based on irrelevant characteristics like physical attractiveness, similarity or social proximity. Recent research in moral psychology has revealed systematic biases in empathic responses that may undermine rather than support fair and impartial moral evaluation. This suggests that moral responsibility may require not just empathic capacity, but also rational correction of empathic biases through principled moral reasoning. Resentment and indignation represent moral emotions directed toward others who have violated moral standards, serving functions analogous to guilt in self-evaluation, but focused on evaluating and responding to others' moral failures. These emotions can motivate appropriate responses to wrongdoing, including demands for accountability, efforts to prevent future harm, and maintenance of moral standards in social relationships. However, resentment and indignation can also be excessive, misdirected, or motivated by self-interest rather than genuine moral concern in ways that undermine rather than support appropriate moral evaluation. P.F. Strawson's reactive attitudes theory suggests that these emotions are constitutive of holding people responsible rather than mere psychological responses to independently established facts about responsibility. This view implies that understanding when resentment and indignation are appropriate is crucial for understanding moral responsibility itself. Forgiveness represents a complex moral emotion that involves overcoming resentment toward wrongdoers while potentially maintaining moral standards and accountability expectations. Appropriate forgiveness may require that wrongdoers acknowledge their wrongdoing, accept responsibility, and demonstrate genuine commitment to avoiding future harm, but forgiveness can also be valuable even when these conditions are not met. The relationship between forgiveness and moral responsibility remains controversial, with some arguing that forgiveness undermines responsibility attribution, while others contend that it represents an appropriate response to responsibility that has been acknowledged and addressed. Understanding forgiveness may require distinguishing between different forms, including excuse, which eliminates responsibility, and forgiveness proper, which responds to responsibility in ways that promote healing and relationship repair. Moral anger differs from resentment and indignation by focusing on violations of moral principles rather than personal harm, potentially serving important functions in motivating responses to injustice and moral wrongdoing. Appropriate moral anger may motivate efforts to correct injustice, protect victims, and maintain moral standards in ways that benefit society, even when the angry person has not been personally harmed. However, moral anger can also be self-serving, excessive, or misdirected in ways that cause harm while claiming moral justification. The challenge lies in distinguishing between moral anger that appropriately responds to genuine moral violations and anger that uses moral language to justify personal grievances or group prejudices. This distinction may require careful attention to the motivations, targets, and consequences of angry responses rather than simply accepting claims about moral justification at face value. The development of moral emotions throughout childhood and their potential impairment through various psychological and social factors significantly affects the capacity for moral responsibility. Children gradually develop the capacity for appropriate guilt, empathy, and moral concern through complex interactions between biological maturation, social learning, and environmental support. Individuals who fail to develop normal moral emotions due to genetic factors, brain injury, severe deprivation, or trauma may have compromised capacity for moral responsibility even if their cognitive abilities appear normal. Conditions like psychopathy that involve reduced capacity for guilt and empathy raise fundamental questions about the relationship between moral emotions and moral responsibility. Understanding these connections is crucial for developing appropriate responses to individuals with emotional deficits while maintaining moral standards and social protection. Cultural variation in moral emotions and their expression creates additional complexity for understanding their relationship to moral responsibility. Different cultures emphasize different moral emotions and provide different norms for their appropriate expression, leading to variation in how moral responsibility is experienced and communicated across cultural contexts. Some cultures may emphasize shame and honor, while others focus on guilt and individual accountability, creating different psychological and social dynamics around moral responsibility. This cultural variation suggests that while moral emotions may be universal features of human psychology, their specific forms and social functions may be significantly shaped by cultural learning and social institutions. Understanding these cultural differences is important for developing approaches to moral responsibility that are both psychologically informed and culturally sensitive. The therapeutic treatment of problematic moral emotions raises questions about the relationship between psychological health and moral agency. Excessive guilt, pathological shame, inability to feel empathy, and other emotional problems can significantly impair moral functioning while potentially being treatable through various psychological interventions. The availability of such treatments creates questions about responsibilities to seek help for emotional problems that affect moral agency, as well as about how the possibility of treatment should affect moral evaluation of individuals with emotional impairments. If moral emotions can be enhanced or corrected through intervention, this may affect expectations for moral behavior while also providing alternatives to purely punitive responses to moral failure. Recent research in effective neuroscience has provided increasing understanding of the brain mechanisms underlying moral emotions and their development throughout the lifespan. Studies of individuals with specific brain lesions, psychiatric conditions, and normal emotional processing have revealed the neural basis of empathy, guilt, moral anger, and other emotions crucial for moral agency. This research may inform both theoretical understanding of moral emotions and practical approaches to addressing emotional impairments that affect moral responsibility. However, the relationship between neural and psychological levels of analysis remains complex, and empirical findings cannot directly resolve normative questions about when emotional responses are appropriate or how they should influence moral evaluation. Part 18. Mental Health, Therapy and the Restoration of Moral Agency. The intersection of mental health and moral responsibility raises fundamental questions about the conditions under which psychological disorders diminish moral agency and the potential for therapeutic intervention to restore or enhance moral capacity. Mental illness can affect moral responsibility in complex ways by impairing cognitive abilities needed for moral reasoning, disrupting emotional capacities required for moral motivation, or compromising behavioral control necessary for translating moral judgments into appropriate action. Yet the relationship between mental illness and moral agency is not straightforward, as many individuals with mental health conditions retain substantial capacity for moral responsibility, while others may have specific moral impairments that coexist with normal functioning in other areas. Understanding these complexities is crucial for developing appropriate responses to individuals with mental illness that respect their moral agency, while acknowledging legitimate limitations and providing appropriate support for recovery and moral development. Different mental health conditions affect moral agency in distinct ways that require individualized assessment rather than broad generalizations about mental illness and responsibility. Psychotic disorders like schizophrenia may primarily impair moral agency through delusions and hallucinations that distort understanding of reality and social relationships, while mood disorders like severe depression may mainly affect motivation and emotional capacity without necessarily compromising moral judgment. Personality disorders may involve stable patterns of thinking and behavior that affect moral relationships and decision-making in complex ways that are difficult to categorize as simply voluntary or involuntary. Anxiety disorders, trauma-related conditions, and substance use disorders each create different patterns of potential impairment and preservation of moral capacity that require careful individual evaluation. The challenge lies in developing nuanced approaches that recognize these differences while providing practical guidance for legal, therapeutic, and social responses. The relationship between mental illness and criminal behavior has generated extensive research and debate about the appropriate role of mental health considerations in criminal justice. While mental illness is associated with slightly increased risks for some types of criminal behavior, the vast majority of individuals with mental health conditions are not violent and are more likely to be victims than perpetrators of crime. When individuals with mental illness do commit crimes, the question arises whether their mental health conditions excuse or mitigate their responsibility in ways that should affect legal and moral evaluation. Legal systems have developed various approaches, including insanity defenses, diminished capacity pleas, and mental health courts that attempt to address these issues while maintaining public safety and accountability. However, the implementation of these approaches remains controversial and inconsistent across different jurisdictions and case types. The insanity defense represents the most direct legal recognition that mental illness can eliminate moral and legal responsibility under certain extreme circumstances. Different jurisdictions use various formulations of the insanity defense, but most require that defendants either did not understand the nature of their actions or did not understand that their actions were wrong due to mental illness. This approach focuses on cognitive capacity for moral understanding rather than on behavioral control or emotional capacity, reflecting assumptions about what kinds of mental impairments are most relevant to moral responsibility. Critics argue that the insanity defense is too narrow because it excludes individuals whose mental illness primarily affects emotional or behavioral control rather than cognitive understanding. Others contend that the defense is too broad because it may excuse individuals who retain substantial capacity for moral agency despite mental illness. Therapeutic approaches to addressing mental health conditions that affect moral agency range from medication management and individual psychotherapy to comprehensive rehabilitation programs that address multiple aspects of psychological and social functioning. Cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavior therapy, and other evidence-based treatments can help individuals develop better emotional regulation, interpersonal skills, and coping strategies that support moral agency and prosocial behavior. Medication can address underlying neurochemical imbalances that contribute to symptoms while potentially improving cognitive and emotional functioning that supports moral capacity. However, the effectiveness of these interventions varies significantly across individuals and conditions, and some treatments may have side effects that create new challenges for moral agency. The question arises whether people have moral obligations to seek treatment for mental health conditions that affect their capacity for moral agency and relationships with others. The concept of moral injury has emerged as an important framework for understanding how exposure to morally problematic situations can cause psychological harm that affects ongoing moral capacity. Military veterans, healthcare workers, and others who work in contexts where they may be required to cause harm, witness suffering, or compromise moral values may develop lasting psychological symptoms that resemble post-traumatic stress disorder. Moral injury involves damage to moral identity and capacity that can affect relationships, self-worth, and ability to engage in moral reasoning and behavior in ongoing situations. This concept suggests that moral agency itself can be damaged by exposure to extreme moral conflicts, and that recovery may require specific therapeutic approaches that address moral and spiritual dimensions of healing rather than focusing only on symptom reduction. Addiction presents particularly complex challenges for understanding the relationship between mental health and moral responsibility because it involves compulsive behavior that individuals typically recognize as harmful while feeling unable to control consistently. The disease model of addiction suggests that addiction involves neurobiological changes that compromise the brain's normal reward and control systems, potentially reducing moral responsibility for substance use and related behaviors. However, individuals with addiction often retain substantial capacity for moral reasoning and may demonstrate considerable effort and success in recovery, suggesting that addiction does not eliminate moral agency entirely. The appropriate moral evaluation of behavior by individuals with addiction may depend on factors like severity of addiction, availability of treatment, social support, and individual efforts toward recovery, rather than on simple presence or absence of addictive disorders. Recovery-oriented approaches to mental health emphasize the potential for individuals with even severe mental illness to achieve meaningful recovery and restored capacity for moral agency with appropriate support and intervention. These approaches focus on hope, personal choice, and community integration rather than simply on symptom management, recognizing that recovery involves not just clinical improvement, but also restoration of meaningful roles, relationships, and identity. From this perspective, mental illness may temporarily impair moral agency without permanently eliminating it, and therapeutic interventions should aim to support the restoration of moral capacity along with other aspects of recovery. This view suggests that moral responsibility may be more dynamic and recoverable than approaches that treat mental illness as creating fixed deficits in moral capacity. The availability of effective treatments for mental health conditions raises questions about social obligations to provide accessible mental health care and individual obligations to seek treatment when mental illness affects moral agency. If untreated mental illness can impair moral capacity while effective treatments exist, there may be both individual and social responsibilities to address mental health needs in order to support moral agency and protect others from potential harm. However, mandatory treatment raises serious concerns about autonomy and human rights, particularly given the history of abuse in mental health systems and ongoing stigma associated with mental illness. The challenge lies in developing approaches that support access to treatment while respecting individual choice and avoiding coercive interventions that may undermine rather than support moral agency. Preventive approaches to mental health that focus on promoting psychological well-being and resilience may be particularly important for supporting moral agency throughout the population. Social policies that address poverty, trauma, discrimination, and other risk factors for mental illness may help prevent conditions that can impair moral capacity while promoting overall psychological health that supports moral development and behavior. Similarly, educational and community programs that teach emotional regulation, stress management, and interpersonal skills may help individuals develop and maintain the psychological capacities that support moral agency throughout their lives. These preventive approaches suggest that supporting moral responsibility may require not just responding to moral failures, but creating conditions that promote the psychological health on which moral agency depends. The integration of mental health considerations into criminal justice, educational, and other social institutions continues to evolve as understanding of mental illness and treatment effectiveness improves. Mental health courts, crisis intervention teams, and other specialized programs attempt to address the needs of individuals with mental illness while maintaining public safety and accountability. These approaches typically focus on connecting individuals with treatment and support services rather than relying primarily on punishment, reflecting recognition that mental health problems may require therapeutic rather than punitive responses. However, the implementation and effectiveness of these programs remain variable, and questions persist about how to balance mental health considerations with other important values, including accountability, victim rights, and public safety. The stigma associated with mental illness can create additional barriers to treatment seeking and recovery, while potentially affecting how moral failures by individuals with mental health conditions are perceived and addressed by others. Reducing stigma may be important not only for promoting treatment access, but also for supporting the social relationships and community integration that are crucial for moral development and agency. This suggests that promoting moral responsibility may require not just individual therapeutic interventions, but also broader social changes that support inclusion and understanding of individuals with mental health conditions. Part 19. Social Institutions and the Scaffolding of Moral Responsibility. Moral responsibility does not exist in a social vacuum, but emerges from and is sustained by complex networks of social institutions that shape moral development, provide frameworks for moral evaluation, and support the exercise of moral agency throughout individual and collective life. Families, schools, religious organizations, legal systems, political institutions and cultural practices all contribute to creating the social conditions within which moral responsibility becomes possible and meaningful. These institutions serve not merely as contexts for the exercise of pre-existing moral agency, but as constitutive elements that help create and maintain the very capacities for moral responsibility that they presuppose. Understanding this institutional dimension of moral responsibility illuminates both the social prerequisites for moral agency and the collective obligations to create and maintain institutions that support rather than undermine moral development and evaluation. Family structures and child-rearing practices represent the most fundamental institutional influences on moral development by providing the earliest contexts for learning moral values, developing emotional capacities, and practicing moral reasoning and behavior. Children learn about moral responsibility primarily through their interactions with parents and siblings who model moral behavior, set expectations, provide consequences for actions, and gradually transfer moral authority from external control to internal self-regulation. Different family structures and parenting approaches create different patterns of moral development, with some approaches promoting autonomous moral reasoning, while others emphasize conformity to authority or community values. The quality of family relationships, consistency of moral guidance, and presence of positive role models significantly affect children's capacity to develop into morally responsible adults. This suggests that moral responsibility has important intergenerational dimensions that connect individual moral development to broader patterns of family and community functioning. Educational institutions serve crucial functions in moral development by providing structured environments for learning moral reasoning, practicing moral behavior, and developing relationships with peers and authority figures outside the family context. Schools can promote moral responsibility through both explicit moral education programs and implicit messages conveyed through disciplinary policies, academic expectations, and social organization. The hidden curriculum of schools, including their approaches to fairness, respect for diversity, conflict resolution, and community participation, may be as important for moral development as formal instruction in ethics or character education. However, educational institutions can also undermine moral development through excessive competition, discriminatory practices, harsh punishment, or failure to address bullying and other forms of peer victimization. The challenge lies in designing educational approaches that promote moral development while serving other important educational goals and addressing diverse student populations with varying backgrounds and needs. Religious and spiritual institutions have historically played central roles in moral development and responsibility attribution by providing frameworks for understanding moral obligations, consequences for moral behavior, and communities for moral support and accountability. These institutions typically offer comprehensive worldviews that connect individual moral choices to broader purposes and meanings, while providing specific guidance about moral behavior and character development. Religious communities can provide powerful support for moral development through mentorship, community service opportunities, and social networks that reinforce moral values and behavior. However, religious institutions can also promote narrow or exclusionary moral perspectives that may conflict with broader social values of tolerance and inclusion. The role of religious institutions in contemporary diverse societies raises questions about how to respect religious freedom while maintaining common moral standards and avoiding religious dominance over secular moral and political institutions. Legal systems represent perhaps the most visible and powerful institutional frameworks for implementing social judgments about moral responsibility through criminal law, civil liability, and regulatory enforcement. Legal institutions attempt to translate moral principles into practical rules and procedures while providing mechanisms for determining responsibility, imposing consequences, and resolving disputes about moral and legal obligations. The design of legal institutions significantly affects how moral responsibility is understood and implemented in practice, with different approaches to punishment, rehabilitation, compensation, and prevention, reflecting different underlying theories of moral agency and social response. However, legal responsibility and moral responsibility may diverge in important ways, with legal systems serving practical social functions that may not perfectly track moral desert or agency. The challenge lies in designing legal institutions that appropriately implement moral principles while serving practical functions including deterrence, public safety, dispute resolution, and social coordination. Economic institutions, including employment systems, market structures, and property arrangements, create material conditions and incentive structures that significantly affect moral behavior and the social prerequisites for moral agency. Economic insecurity, inequality, and lack of opportunity can undermine moral development and agency by creating pressures toward antisocial behavior, while limiting access to education, healthcare, and other resources that support moral capacity. Conversely, economic institutions that provide fair opportunities, adequate compensation, and meaningful work can support moral development by reducing desperation and providing positive channels for contributing to social welfare. The relationship between economic and moral institutions raises questions about social obligations to ensure that economic arrangements support rather than undermine the moral agency of all members of society. This perspective suggests that promoting moral responsibility may require not just individual moral education, but also economic policies that address poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunity. Political institutions, including democratic processes, governmental structures, and civic organizations, provide frameworks for collective moral decision-making and accountability, while shaping individual understanding of moral obligations to broader communities. Democratic institutions are based on assumptions about citizens' capacity for moral reasoning and responsible participation in collective decision-making, while also providing mechanisms for holding political leaders accountable for their moral and policy choices. However, political institutions can also be corrupted by special interests, manipulated through deception and propaganda, or designed in ways that systematically exclude or disadvantage certain groups. The health of political institutions significantly affects both collective moral decision-making and individual moral development by providing positive or negative models of leadership, accountability, and civic participation. This suggests that maintaining moral responsibility in democratic societies requires ongoing attention to the design and functioning of political institutions themselves. Cultural institutions including media, arts, sports and entertainment shape moral development by providing narratives, role models, and social norms that influence individual understanding of moral values and behavior. Popular culture can promote moral reflection and growth by presenting complex moral dilemmas, celebrating moral heroes, and exposing audiences to diverse perspectives and experiences. However, cultural institutions can also promote harmful stereotypes, glorify violence or antisocial behavior, or create unrealistic expectations that undermine healthy moral development. The commercial nature of many cultural institutions creates tensions between profit motives and social responsibility that may affect the moral messages they convey. Understanding the role of cultural institutions in moral development is important for both individual media literacy and collective decisions about regulation and public support for various forms of cultural expression. Healthcare institutions affect moral responsibility by addressing physical and mental health conditions that can impair moral agency, while also serving as context for moral decision-making about treatment, research, and resource allocation. Access to healthcare can be crucial for maintaining the cognitive and emotional capacities that support moral agency, while healthcare institutions themselves provide important examples of moral relationships involving care, vulnerability, and professional obligation. The organization and financing of healthcare systems reflect social values about individual and collective responsibility for health and welfare, while affecting individual capacity for moral agency through their impact on physical and mental health. Healthcare institutions also face their own moral challenges, including resource allocation, informed consent, end-of-life care, and balancing individual patient needs with public health considerations. Workplace institutions significantly affect moral development and behavior by providing contexts for moral relationships, opportunities for meaningful contribution, and systems of accountability and reward that can either support or undermine moral agency. Organizational cultures that emphasize ethical behavior, respect for persons, and social responsibility can promote moral development while providing positive outlets for moral behavior through work that contributes to social welfare. Conversely, workplace cultures that tolerate or encourage unethical behavior, discrimination, or exploitation can undermine moral development while creating pressures toward moral compromise. The design of workplace institutions, including hiring practices, performance evaluation, management structures, and organizational values, significantly affects both individual moral behavior and broader social patterns of ethical and unethical conduct. Social media and digital technologies represent emerging institutional influences on moral development that create new opportunities and challenges for moral behavior and responsibility attribution. Digital platforms can enhance moral agency by providing access to information, opportunities for civic participation, and tools for organizing social action around moral causes. However, they can also undermine moral development through cyberbullying, online harassment, spread of misinformation, and creation of echo chambers that reinforce existing biases rather than promoting moral reflection and growth. The global and relatively unregulated nature of digital platforms creates new challenges for institutional responses to harmful behavior, while raising questions about corporate responsibility for the moral effects of technological design choices. The design and reform of social institutions requires careful attention to their effects on moral development and agency, rather than focusing only on their efficiency or effectiveness in achieving specific functional goals. Institutions that achieve their immediate objectives while undermining moral capacity may create long-term social problems that outweigh their short-term benefits. This suggests that institutional evaluation should include assessment of moral effects, along with other important considerations, including economic efficiency, political accountability, and individual freedom. The challenge lies in developing approaches to institutional design that integrate moral considerations with other important values, while remaining practical and achievable given political and economic constraints. Part 20. The Future of Moral Responsibility in a Scientific Age. As scientific understanding of human behavior continues to advance through neuroscience, psychology, genetics, and artificial intelligence, fundamental questions arise about whether traditional concepts of moral responsibility can survive increasingly detailed knowledge of the causal mechanisms underlying human action and character. The tension between scientific determinism and moral evaluation that has driven philosophical debate for centuries may be reaching a critical point where empirical discoveries force practical reconsiderations of legal, educational, and social institutions built on assumptions about human agency and desert. Yet the complete abandonment of moral responsibility seems both practically impossible and potentially destructive of the social relationships and institutions that depend on practices of praise, blame, and accountability. The challenge for the future lies in developing approaches to moral responsibility that can integrate scientific insights while preserving the essential functions that moral evaluation serves in human social life. Advances in neuroscience continue to reveal the biological mechanisms underlying moral decision-making in ways that may transform understanding of moral agency and responsibility attribution. Brain imaging technologies allow researchers to observe neural activity associated with moral reasoning, emotional processing, and behavioral control with increasing precision and temporal resolution. Future developments may enable prediction of moral choices before conscious awareness, identification of neural markers for moral emotions like guilt and empathy, and precise mapping of brain networks involved in different aspects of moral agency. These capabilities could transform legal and social institutions by providing objective measures of moral capacity, predicting antisocial behavior before it occurs, and tailoring interventions to specific patterns of neural dysfunction. However, the translation of neuroscientific findings into practical applications raises complex questions about privacy, autonomy, and the appropriate role of biological information in moral evaluation. Genetic research on behavioral traits may eventually identify specific genes and gene combinations that influence moral behavior, creating possibilities for genetic testing, intervention and enhancement that could dramatically affect moral responsibility. If genetic factors significantly influence traits like empathy, impulse control, aggression and social cooperation, this knowledge could inform decisions about criminal sentencing, educational approaches, career guidance, and even reproductive choices. Genetic enhancement technologies might allow parents to increase their children's capacity for moral behavior while reducing predispositions toward antisocial conduct. However, genetic approaches to moral behavior raise profound concerns about genetic determinism, discrimination, equality, and human dignity that parallel broader debates about genetic enhancement and modification. The challenge lies in using genetic knowledge to support moral development and social welfare while avoiding reductive approaches that treat moral agency as simply a product of genetic inheritance. Artificial intelligence and machine learning systems are beginning to make decisions that affect human welfare in ways that raise new questions about moral responsibility and accountability in socio-technical systems. As AI systems become more sophisticated and autonomous, questions arise about whether they can bear moral responsibility for their actions or whether responsibility should be attributed to their creators, programmers, owners, or users. The development of AI systems that can engage in moral reasoning and respond to moral considerations may eventually create artificial agents that qualify for moral responsibility in their own right. However, the current generation of AI systems lacks the consciousness, emotions, and understanding that seem essential for genuine moral agency, leaving questions about their moral status unresolved. The integration of AI systems into human decision-making processes also creates new forms of distributed agency, where responsibility may be shared between human and artificial agents in complex ways. Biotechnology and pharmaceutical interventions that can modify mood, cognition, and behavior create new possibilities for enhancing moral capacity while raising questions about authenticity and responsibility for enhanced moral behavior. Medications that improve emotional regulation, enhance empathy, or reduce aggressive impulses might reduce antisocial behavior while improving moral decision-making and behavior. Similarly, brain stimulation techniques might enhance moral reasoning abilities or increase motivation for pro-social behavior in ways that could benefit both individuals and society. However, moral enhancement raises questions about whether improved moral behavior achieved through artificial means deserves the same moral evaluation as naturally occurring moral behavior. The availability of moral enhancement technologies may also create social pressures or obligations to use such interventions that could undermine autonomy and authentic moral development. Social media and digital technologies are transforming moral relationships and responsibility attribution by creating new forms of public interaction, information sharing, and collective action that operate at unprecedented scales and speeds. Online platforms enable both moral mobilization around important causes and harmful behaviors like cyberbullying, harassment, and the spread of misinformation that can cause significant harm while being difficult to address through traditional accountability mechanisms. The global and anonymous nature of many digital interactions complicates responsibility attribution, while the permanence of digital records creates new possibilities for long-term accountability. The design of digital platforms significantly affects user behavior through algorithmic recommendations, interface design, and community standards that shape moral interactions in ways that platform creators may not fully understand or control. Understanding moral responsibility in digital contexts requires new approaches that can address both individual user behavior and corporate responsibility for technological design choices. Climate change and other global challenges require forms of collective action and long-term thinking that may strain traditional concepts of individual moral responsibility. The causes and consequences of climate change operate over spatial and temporal scales that exceed individual understanding and control, while requiring coordinated responses across multiple generations and political jurisdictions. Individual actions like reducing energy consumption or changing transportation choices may have negligible direct effects on global climate, while still carrying moral significance as expressions of values and contributions to collective action. The challenge lies in developing approaches to moral responsibility that can motivate individual action while acknowledging the limitations of individual efficacy and the need for institutional and collective responses to global problems. This may require expanding concepts of moral responsibility to include obligations to support collective action and institutional reform rather than focusing only on direct individual effects. Educational institutions face challenges in preparing people for moral responsibility in a rapidly changing technological and social environment where traditional moral frameworks may be inadequate for addressing new ethical challenges. Moral education must help people develop capacities for moral reasoning that can address novel situations while also providing specific guidance about emerging technologies and social practices that were unknown to previous generations. This may require greater emphasis on moral reasoning skills, ethical decision-making processes, and understanding of the social and technological factors that shape moral choices, rather than relying primarily on teaching specific moral rules or cultural traditions. Educational approaches must also address the global and interconnected nature of contemporary moral challenges that require understanding diverse perspectives and cooperating across cultural and national boundaries. Legal systems will need to adapt to new scientific knowledge about human behavior while maintaining their essential functions of providing accountability, protecting rights, and coordinating social behavior. This may involve developing more nuanced approaches to responsibility attribution that can incorporate scientific insights without abandoning practices of legal accountability entirely. Specialized courts, alternative sentencing approaches, and enhanced focus on rehabilitation and restoration rather than retribution may help legal systems respond appropriately to scientific understanding while serving important social functions. However, legal reform must balance scientific insights with other important values, including fairness, predictability, public safety, and respect for human dignity and autonomy. The future of moral responsibility may require accepting greater complexity and uncertainty in moral evaluation while developing institutions and practices that can function effectively despite theoretical disagreements about the ultimate nature of human agency. Rather than seeking definitive resolution of debates about free will and determinism, practical approaches might focus on developing workable frameworks that can serve important social functions while remaining open to revision based on new empirical findings and changing social needs. This pragmatic approach might emphasize the consequences of different approaches to moral responsibility for human welfare and social cooperation, rather than their correspondence to ultimate metaphysical truth. Such an approach could allow for ongoing evolution in understanding and practice, while maintaining the essential functions that moral responsibility serves in human social life. The integration of scientific insights with moral practice represents one of the great challenges of contemporary civilization, requiring cooperation across academic disciplines, cultural traditions, and practical institutions to develop approaches that honor both scientific understanding and human values. Success in this integration may determine whether advancing scientific knowledge contributes to human flourishing or undermines the social foundations that make civilized life possible. The stakes of this challenge extend beyond academic philosophy to include the practical functioning of legal systems, educational institutions, family relationships, and democratic governance that all depend in various ways on concepts of moral responsibility and human agency. Meeting this challenge will require not only theoretical advances, but also practical wisdom in implementing new understandings while preserving essential human values and social institutions. The conversation between science and moral responsibility will likely continue evolving as both scientific knowledge and social institutions develop in response to new challenges and opportunities, rather than seeking final answers to questions that have puzzled humanity for millennia. The goal may be developing better ways of living with uncertainty while maintaining hope, meaning, and moral commitment in the face of advancing knowledge about human nature and behavior. This ongoing conversation represents not just an intellectual exercise, but a crucial aspect of the human project of creating societies that promote flourishing while respecting human dignity and agency. The future of moral responsibility thus depends not only on scientific discoveries, but on the wisdom and commitment with which humanity responds to new knowledge about itself.